Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke, so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Imagine this is an
Hello,
awesome
welcome to
theme
Left of the
song.
Box. Bonjour,
Do,
bienvenue. I'm
theme
Sandy.
song. Left of the box.
Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone to this Sunday evening afternoon. So far in the sandbox, we have Frankenpanty and Neuro Riot.
Hello,
welcome to Left of the Box.
Super
Bonjour,
appreciate seeing you
bienvenue.
out.
I'm
Theme
Sandy. Yes,
song.
Tulips,
Left of
cat
the box.
meows.
Welcome,
Welcome, welcome
Drive
everyone
other
to
cats
this Sunday
crazy.
evening afternoon.
You can always
So
go to an
far
old
in
video
the
of mine or wait till the
sandbox,
very
we
end of this
have,
one when I do the
Frankenpanty
ending and you have
and
like a whole bunch of
Neuro
meows
Riot.
together.
Welcome to
The
Left of the
cats
Box.
will go
Bonjour,
insane.
bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Yes,
They will go
Tulips,
insane.
cat
There was
meows.
just something
Welcome,
about her
welcome,
cry that really
cats
made
crazy.
other cats.
Afternoon.
You can always
So
go to an
far,
old
yeah,
video of
it-
mine or
it-
wait till the
it-
very
it
end of
hits
this
other
one
cats
when
in a
I do
weird
the
way, I
ending and you
think.
have like a
Hello,
whole bunch of meows together.
hermatologist.
The cats will go insane.
Yes,
They will
is
go
it echoing?
insane. There was just something about her
Did I
cry
not
that
mute
really
myself?
made other
I
cats.
did not.
There we go. That tab is now muted, so it will not be echoing. Let's see. There we go. So I don't think I need to repeat everything I said because you would have heard it. It would have just sounded a little bit echoey. Yeah. Yeah, I see. There's always a delay. Always a delay. I usually check that too, but for some reason I didn't this time. Because you see, I have my show playing on a different YouTube tab in case something goes wrong and I can go and check and see what's happening live. But I have my headphones plugged in, and when my headphones plugged in, if I don't have them in my ear holes, I don't hear if there's any issues within their tab playing. And it's really annoying, and I don't know why it's been happening, but a lot recently, random tabs will just start playing audio that I've opened. You know, I've paused it or something, and they'll just start playing. And like right now, I have a bazillion tabs open. And so I'm having to search the top bar there to see which one has the little audio signal on to see which one is. It's annoying. It's annoying. But yeah. No, right. Well, I heard that you aren't really a leftist if you ain't got audio issues. That is true. That is true. Hello, Ethan Dark. Yeah, so you would have gotten some nice cat meows. Well, that one, I'm not meowing on this side, so it would not have echoed. But yeah, I'm just hoping a few more people will jump in. Because I'm seeing that there's only 5 people watching so far. I like to have, double digits. Double digits is nice. Please go check out. I had a conversation with John Ross, not a famous John Ross that you might have been hearing in the news recently. John Ross, who is a leftist. He does content on like Twitch and other places, former TYT mod. We had a conversation. I taught him a lot about Canadian politics, so you can go check that out. And yeah, I've been working on other stuff, and I need to settle down because, it's been a bad month. It's been a bad month. And I'm hoping February will be better. And I'm hoping that next week I can really crack down on that TYT essay of mine and get some good work done because there's so much I want to move on to. But I'm holding that stuff hostage. Because if I move on to another drawing or to my book or to new videos for my art channel, which you should check out, Sandy Lovis on YouTube, new art channel with almost no content on it. If I move on to any of that, then I will never get that essay done, and I need to. Hello, John Martinez.
Yeah, I get almost no engagement nor riot on social media these days. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. And Neuro Riot has apparently been missing me, but I've been here. I've been here your entire life. I don't know. I would hope that you're older than like 5, but you know. Oh, if I do this long enough, there will be people where I can say that to. Oh, but yeah. Just want to chill with you guys a little bit. Again, just hoping to get a few more people in here before we get going with today's news. There's a fair bit to cover. Just some stuff. I'll start off with, Canadian complicity with genocide. Talking about Anita Anand, our foreign affairs minister, who is just like, yeah, Rafa border crossing, so good it's open. Without, and without undue restrictions to enable free movement. Now, I'll read the full tweet, but that's what she's saying in it. And it's like, really? Really? You think that's what's happening? Of course, the amount of crossing on that border is next to nothing. And then just a little bit more about what's happening in Gaza, and then we'll move on to Canadian politics. Let's see. So there's a bunch of floor crossings and stuff happening between the federal and provincial. Yeah, and just some threats to be of what could possibly happen within our culture because of conservatives wanting to start the fear mongering and things of that sort. Provincial news, just same old status quo with Doug Ford, housing issues, healthcare issues, him spending money on things that nobody cares about while other places are bled dry. And then in Toronto, the biggest city in Canada, you'll never guess. You'll never guess what happened. Turns out some of the police are corrupt. No. No way, no possible way that they would use their authority and power to do corruption. None. Some of the least shocking news ever. And then I have a couple odds and ends that I might get to depending on how we're feeling at the end. Just like a couple tabs about Epstein files. Again, I was explaining this yesterday. I'm not, generally speaking, covering the Epstein files because there's not too much more I can add than what other leftists are saying. But, Kevin O'Leary, a Canadian, commented on them. So I want to comment on him commenting on them. But then also Stephen Hawking in the Epstein files, quite a bit actually. And there's some ableism going on around that. And so that's an angle that I feel a little bit more, what's the word? A little bit more suitable to talk to because I live with disabilities. And it's another perspective to look at, and just, people who live with disabilities are human. And as is being human, some of them can be horrid people. But let's see. Oh, hello, Carrie Woods. Quaximus is also here. Yeah, Stephen Hawking. Stephen Hawking is in the Epstein files, and for all the wrong reasons, too. Yeah. So, since I live with disabilities, I probably have a little bit more perspective on it than some other people. Our meteorologist hasn't heard of that yet, no? That's a thing, unfortunately. I don't have like all the details on how much he's in there, but he's gone to parties. It's yeah. Her meteorologist saying I'm not surprised. Unfortunately, when it comes to men, I will never be surprised to find out that
somebody is a horrid human and doing horrid things to vulnerable people. I might be disappointed to find out a certain person here or there, a certain man here and there is doing it, but I can't say I'll ever be surprised because predators are very good at pretending good, you know? They're very good at pretending to be normal, to be the average person, and we've all come across them and not even known. Uh, they're very good at hiding what they do. So I can't say I'd ever be completely shocked and surprised, but I would be terribly disappointed to find out, if there's certain men out there that turn out to be horrid people. But, we'll get to that later. So, Carrie Woods, that's crazy. I was seriously surprised, very sad. Yeah, and, I've been in the same city as Stephen Hawking before. uh, when he was visiting this area. I didn't see him though. And I tend to hang around a very nerdy crowd, and so people were very thrilled about that. And I've seen a documentary he did about time or something, and one of the people mentions it in one of the tweets I'll be showing about his trying to prove that time travel, there's no such thing. And I used to watch a lot more of those documentaries. It's something I actually kind of want to get back into because I am a nerd. I do like that stuff. So, yeah. But, yeah. It's hard right now with the Epstein files out and what's happening, Gary and other people who are mentioning it. And John Martinez mentioning, in my case, it was my aunt, but totally and completely forgave her before she passed. She apologized. Yeah. Women are in no way not responsible for a lot of crimes. It's just the sheer volume of men is what gets me, because I've been let's just say the genders who have chosen to do things that weren't appropriate to me were men and women. So I get it. I get it. Neural Riot, the video of a Avicii song for a better day was healing for me because of trauma in my past. It's a music video where the trafficked kids murder their abuser one by one and live happily ever after. I don't think I'm a Avicii fan. I've watched lots of I listen to lots of their music, but I can't say I've seen many of the videos. If that's the type of thing that makes you feel a bit better, look for a movie called Hard Candy. You'll want to see it. That movie is intense, but you'll want to see it if you haven't already. Hard Candy. It has Elliot Page in it before he transitioned. But really, really good movie. Intense. But I think you'd like it if that's the type of video that helps you. Oh, but yeah. Anyway, we should probably start getting into some of the news. Let's see where we are. Oh, we are into double digits, so I suppose I can get started. I do like to, because some people it takes a while because the notifications have to show up on YouTube and stuff. And even though I'm pretty consistent about having my live streams Sundays at 6 p.m. Eastern, I don't know if some people have me in their calendar yet. It's like the anticipation of the weekend or something. No, right. I have heard of it, not watched it though. Yeah. Yeah. But, anyway, let's get into some of the news of the day. Also, I'm on UpScrolled. It's new. Trying to replace TikTok, I suppose. It was actually created by a Palestinian. So that's a lot of the user base right now are
people who are Palestinian or pro-Palestinian. So I'm on there. I'm getting about as much engagement there as I am on my other platforms, as in none. But the algorithms are supposed to be working differently on UpScrolled and stuff. It's sparsely populated at this time, so it's hard to find people to follow that you might be familiar with and have them follow back and stuff. So it'll take time, but it was no different on Blue Sky when Blue Sky started. So we'll see. I'm not adding the logo to my little things that I put up yet because I want to make sure it picks up some momentum before I go through all the hassle of that. Because there was another platform, I think it was called Post. It was supposed to be primarily for like journalists and stuff like that to post their work and be like a Twitter type thing. And I remember Sam Cedar in the day he signed up for it, so of course I followed him onto it. But I haven't even looked at it since a few months after it started, and I don't think anyone else has either. But you know, I try to go on and promote my stuff, get it out there, but it'll be interesting on this platform because I'm starting with all three of my profiles. Yes, I have three profiles, Sandy Lovis, Left of the Box, and then my other pseudonym for my other book. And so it'll be interesting to see how they all do when they all start from scratch at the same time. Like, Left of the Box does have a little bit of an advantage because of the branding that I've carried over from my other platforms. Because a lot of people who recognize me as Left of the Box, even though I split it on Blue Sky and Twitter, a lot of people don't know Sandy Lovis is Left of the Box. So Left of the Box is far more recognizable to me. Well, not to me, but like people will recognize Left of the Box and know it's me, but they won't necessarily know that Sandy Lovis is me, if that makes any sense. So I've had more people follow my Left of the Box account. But it'll be interesting to see how well they do when they are all starting off kind of at the same point. But, you know, also I have the advantage between Sandy Lovis and Left of the Box. I can promote the comments and stuff between the two, but I try to stay hands off of the other account because I don't want it connected back to me, so I don't like or follow or anything with the other account. So it's completely isolated from my other activity. So it'll be interesting to see where it goes and what happens. But also on UpScrolled, I might want to, I'm not going to as much. I did today, where under my Sandy Lovis account, I'll like the message of post I put out about my live stream and I'll repost it. But even then, I want to hold back on that a bit because I don't want the Sandy Lovis algorithms to become overly political. They'll still be political, but I don't want them to become overly political because it's more about my art and my writing and all things creative. And so I want to be following like other authors and artists and things of that sort on that. So I might not be actually cross promoting too much because I'll want to isolate them a bit more. But yeah, I've been putting some thought into some videos for my new channel, Sandy Lovis. Go check it out. Art, writing, and all things creative. And as much as I'm like, it's not going to be a political channel. Oh, there's 2 videos I have planned that will be political. But it's not like it's overtly political. It's just by the very nature, like I'm going to be talking about AI in one of them. Because a channel that I watch regularly for Star Wars content, talked about AI. And I want to challenge what he said. Also, I have, I remember I thought of this a long time ago and it just recently got triggered in my memory. And I thought, actually, this platform, like my new YouTube channel, would be perfect for it. And it's a retelling of The Boy Who Cried Wolf. And it will be a video about how to level up your story narrative. And because,
everyone knows about the story of the boy who cried wolf, and it's about, if you lie, you get in trouble or you get your comeuppance or something of that sort. But if you want to level up the narrative and the story and make it more intriguing and engaging, start asking certain questions. Why was the boy lying? Or was he actually lying? Maybe the townfolk just didn't believe him. And when you start asking those little questions, suddenly a narrative, a story can blossom and bloom and go in ways you weren't expecting. And so, because of those little questions, I have a retelling of The Boy Who Cried Wolf, but I'm also changing the title slightly to The Boy Who Cried. But with that one, I want to have some like visual graphics in it. So I'll have to see, because again, I'm not good at comic drawing. I also don't have the programs on my computer for it. Like it'd be hand drawn, not that great. So I'll talk to the letter hack maybe and see if he knows of a free program online that I can use to do that sort of thing. But yeah. So those are some things that I've planned, plus interviews and stuff, as well as moving over any art-related content I have on this channel to that channel. So again, lots and lots to do. Lots and lots to do. But I can't do any of that until I know that I'm making good progress on the TYT thing. No, Riot, I'm on there as Left of the Box. That's the thing. If I get on soon enough, I get to claim my names. So you can see me on there. Okay, so yeah, we should probably get into actual news. I've already been rambling for a half hour. Because there is a fair bit to go over. Okay, so in Canada, we have a foreign affairs minister, Anita Anand, and I've talked about her a fair bit already because when it comes to talking about the genocide happening in Gaza, she tends to be very selective with her wording, very dismissive with her wording, very absent-minded, very, lying. There's some things that are called lies, or it's like, well, we don't sell weapons directly to Israel, so, we're doing good here in the liberal government, and completely ignoring the fact that reports have shown that we're selling the weapons to the United States, who are then sending them to Israel. So we're still doing it. We're still doing the thing. And it's how hard they're working at finding loopholes so that they can still send weapons to Israel is disgusting. But first, let's get into it. So, CJPME, Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East, had quote tweeted Anita Anand saying this is misinformation. Minister Anand surely knows that Rafah is not yet open without undue restrictions for either medical care or humanitarian aid. Israel only allows 5 patients to leave today for medical transfers after over 1,200 have died waiting. The siege is genocide. Because Anita Anand said, Canada welcomes the opening of the Rafah border crossing, a key element under the Gaza peace plan. The crossing must remain open without undue restrictions to enable freedom of movement for Palestinians, including access to medical care and humanitarian aid. Does she not read what she sends out? Does she not know the news? Like, in her level of government, I'm pretty sure she gets like security briefings and things of that sort. Like, to tweet this when the truth is so far from it, the absolute cognitive dissonance you have to do, or just blatant lying,
is horrendous. Like, this is the same as when, Justin Trudeau and Chrystia Freeland and stuff were always saying, Israel has a right to defend itself, but must abide by international humanitarian law. And they would say that over and over again when Israel was blatantly violating international humanitarian law. Like, there was no doubt about what they were doing, but they would never acknowledge that Israel was violating international humanitarian law. And they would just say, like, oh, they need to do this. And this is no different. This is no different by saying, it must remain open with undue restrictions, because there's lots of restrictions still. So Rafah crossing between Gaza and Egypt reopens with strict limits. How is that with undue restrictions? Strict limits. Now, I actually have a few articles that will be covering, the Gaza issue from the CBC. And the fact that the CBC is finally calling it out for what it is means it's way past the point. Way past the point. Right, this video I did I want to watch this video? I forget. Let's start from the beginning. I think I wanted to comment on something said earlier. Yeah, there was something I wanted to comment on earlier in the video, and then we'll just move on to the article.
And for the first time in nearly 2 years, the Rafah...
Sorry. Why don't I do this? Default playback speed.
border crossing between Gaza and Egypt has reopened to limited traffic. The Israeli-held crossing is allowing a small number of Palestinians to leave the enclave and some who escaped the war to return. Rafah is also a key route for much-needed humanitarian aid. The reopening marks a crucial step in the Israel-Hamas ceasefire, which took effect October 10th.
The Israel-Hamas ceasefire. That's what I wanted to comment on, as in there has been no ceasefire, because Israel continues to fire. They continue to bomb. They continue to kill. And Hamas didn't need to cease firing because they hadn't been. You know, the idea that this is a war or that it's two sides with militaries attacking each other is so far from accurate. Israel needs to cease firing. They're the ones still committing it. They've just slowed down their genocide, but they're continuing with it. So from the article, dozens of Palestinians were expected to leave or return to Gaza on Monday after Israel reopened the sole pedestrian crossing to Egypt, a major step in the ceasefire intended to end a war through strict limitations on access. Again, for this to end, Israel has to stop. That's it. That's all that has to happen at this point. Israel has to stop. They're the ones refusing to stop. Egyptian and Palestinian sources said the 50 Palestinians returning to Gaza were being processed at the Israeli-controlled side of the Palestinian border, but it was unclear when they would enter the enclave, pending Israeli security checks. So only 50 people allowed to go back in. Allowed to finally see their family members, see if their family members are still alive. About 20,000 Palestinian children and adults needing medical care hope to leave the devastated territory via the crossing, according to the Gaza health officials. Thousands of other Palestinians outside the territory hope to enter and return home. Dr. Mohammed Abu Samia, director of Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza City, said the number of people allowed to exit through the crossing each day is far below what is required. Patients cannot wait any longer. Hundreds should be allowed to evacuate daily, Abu told CBC News. Freelance videographer Mohammed El-Safi on Monday. Some patients who require open-heart surgery or have cancer that require more urgent treatments. There's a real danger in waiting. The territory's handful of other crossings are all shared with Israel under the terms of the ceasefire, which went into effect on October. Israel's military controlled the area between the Rafah crossing and the zone where most Palestinians live. Again, Gaza has been an open-air prison. The restrictions on who can get in, who can get out, has all generally speaking, been controlled by Israel. They don't have freedom of movement. They don't have freedom to, go visit people in the West Bank, go visit people in Israel, go visit people overseas or anything of that sort, because they're not allowed to leave. Like, it's ironic considering how much ethnic cleansing they want to do, but then say, but you can't leave. Because the problem is, if people leave, they might want to come back at some point. So, if you're a genocidal state that is intent on taking that land, you don't want them to leave. You know where I'm going with that. Because I did see a video, I was trying to find it, but I did see a video of one woman saying that, she wants to go home. That's her homeland, and there's no place like home. And so no matter the state that it's in, she wants to go back. And so if a lot of people are just evacuated or allowed to leave, at some point they might want to come back. And that would be problematic for a genocidal state intent on taking over the land. So 5 patients seeking to leave Gaza for medical treatment, each escorted by 2 relatives, were driven to the crossing compound from the Gaza side in a vehicle escorted by World Health Organization personnel on Monday, health officials said. So 20,000 need to get out and get proper medical attention because, all the hospitals in Gaza have been leveled and a lot of their doctors and nurses have been killed. 5 of the 20,000, 5 are being allowed out. Palestinian officials blame delays on Israeli security checks. Israeli military had no immediate comment. Israel is banning them from leaving and not allowing the necessary medical equipment in to treat them, Abu said. Egypt prepares to receive war wounded. On Monday, again, war wounded? There wasn't really a war. On Monday, Randa Abu Mustafa stood outside the Gaza hospital where her 17-year-old son, Mohammed, was awaiting evacuation. He was blinded by a shot to the eye last year as he joined desperate Palestinians seeking food from aid trucks east of the city of Khan Yunis. Who blinded him? Now, I'm being a little bit picky here because they actually do say later down in the article that Israel was responsible for some of the atrocities. But here, where her 17-year-old son, he was blinded by IDF fire. How about just adding that in? It's like 2 more words. By IDF shot to the eyes. No, you could just replace A with IDF. There you go. Last year, as he joined the desperate Palestinians seeking food. We have been waiting for the crossing to open, she told CBC News. I'm afraid of leaving and not being able to return because I have young children waiting here, she told El Safi. About 150 hospitals across Egypt are ready to receive Palestinian patients evacuated from Gaza through Rafah, authorities said. Also, Egypt Red Crescent said it has readied safe spaces on the Egyptian side of the crossing to support those evacuated from the Gaza Strip. The crossing is a lifeline for Gaza. It's a lifeline for us, the patients, said Mustafa Abid Hadi, 32, who received kidney dialysis at Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital in central Gaza, one of the thousands of patients hoping to leave for treatment abroad. We want to be treated in order to return to live our normal life. I don't think there's much of the way of normal anymore there. Israel has been banned sending patients to hospital in Israel-occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem since the war began. Yeah, they won't. The hospitals run by Israelis will never, never allow Palestinians to be treated there. A move that cut off what was previously the main outlet for Palestinians needing medical treatment, unavailable in Gaza. Israel said it and Egypt will vet people for exit and entry through the Rafah crossing. Yes, we will vet these mortally wounded people, as in, if they're not treated, they will die. Yes, we will vet them. Gotta make sure that only a few of the right ones get out. But yeah, these people in dire need of medical care, we're going to vet them. Might take some time. Who knows if they'll make it.
So, which will be supervised by European Union Border Patrol agents with a small Palestinian presence. The number of travelers is expected to increase over time if the system is successful. Just wanted to skip down. So here is where the CBC is actually saying who did the killing. Palestinian taller killed by Israeli fire. It's taken a while for the CBC to get to this point. Violence continued across the coastal territory on Monday, and Gaza hospitals officials said an Israeli Navy ship had fired on a tent encampment sheltering displaced people on the coast of Gaza's southern city of Khan Yunis, killing a 3-year-old Palestinian boy. Israel's military said it was looking into the incident. Yeah, they tend to have a lot of accidents when they're caught. According to the Nasser hospital, which received the body, the attack happened in Mawasi, a tent camp on the area of the Gaza Strip's coast. More than 520 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli fire since the October 10th ceasefire, according to the Strip's health ministry. The casualties since the ceasefire, which UNICEF said include more than 100 children, are among more than 71,700 Palestinians killed since the start of Israel's offensive in October 2023, according to the Gaza Health Ministry, which does not say how many were fighters or civilians. You gotta throw that in there because, a good percentage of that over 70,000 might have been fighters. You never know. No, it was predominantly civilians, and this is a drastic undercount by a digit. There needs to be another digit on there because of all the people. This is only people who were accounted for in hospitals, but people who are just buried under the rubble, people that didn't have anyone to take them to the hospital, they are not included in the death toll. And so, yeah, there should be another digit added to that. So the second phase of the ceasefire deal is more complicated. It calls for installing the new Palestinian Committee to govern Gaza, deploying an international security force, disarming Hamas, and taking steps to begin rebuilding. Yeah, the Palestinian Committee to govern Gaza, which has no Palestinians on it. Donald Trump's peace board, and wanting to just make Gaza into a resort for the wealthy. So more from the Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East. Yesterday in Parliament, Jenny Kwan urged the government to support Bill C-233 and end Canadian complicity in attacks on civilians from Gaza to Minneapolis. Shamefully, Anita Anand response completely ignores the U.S. loophole, which allowed millions in Canadian weapons to flow freely to murderous regimes. So yes, Jenny Kwan is trying to get a bill passed that would close the loopholes, which currently allows the Canadian government to send weapons to Israel via the United States. But also, the attacks have been happening in Minneapolis right now. Canadian companies have been tied to that. Canadian-made armored vehicles were spotted in Minneapolis. So, Canada is very intent on selling weapons to, fascistic regimes to assault and kill innocent people. So this is the video here.
Prime Minister said in Davos, there's a strong tendency for countries to go along to get along. Well, the moment for Canada to show up is here. Canadian-made parts have been found in weapons killing civilians in Gaza, Sudan, and Yemen. A Canadian-made armored vehicle was seen in Minneapolis the day I shot and killed Alex Pretty. Will the Prime Minister live by his words and, quote, stop pretending to name reality and support Bill C-233, the No More Loopholes Act, so that Canadians is not complicit in these horrific acts against humanity?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I urge the member opposite to be accurate in her representation.
Just want to pause it there. To be accurate in her representation, says the woman who's about to be inaccurate in her representation.
Of Canadian law. First, Canada has one of the strongest export permit regimes in the world. Second, Canada has not approved any new permits for items to Israel that could be used in the current conflict in Gaza since January 8th, 2024. Mr. Speaker, third, all permits suspended in 2024 remain suspended and cannot be used to export to Israel. Again, I urge accuracy.
I'm sorry, what were you lying? Again, from the CBC, Crown Corp reviewed U.S.-bound arms exports over potential transfer to Israel. A redacted internal report by corporation's human rights body obtained by CBC News. So again, CBC News actually doing news. As Ottawa publicly defended its largely permit-free procedure to send Canadian arms and munitions to the United States, the Crown Corporation overseeing international transfers conducted a review of the final destination of those shipments. CBC News has learned. Obtained through an access to information request, the assessment's main text is mostly redacted, including its conclusions. But 200 of the 88 of its 300 footnotes are not. Of those, 210 directly reference Israel and Palestine, dozens of them focusing on reports about Gaza, news stories about U.S. arms shipments to Israel, and documents from International Court of Justice and International Criminal Court. The online publication, The Maple, first reported on the documents last year. In the review's opening pages, one of the few, they could have at least put a link to that. I'm just saying. You could have put a link to the Maple's report. In the review's opening pages, one of the few unredacted paragraphs refers to Parliament's non-binding motion passed in March 2024 about ceasing further arms transfers to Israel, and also to a statement by the Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Joly saying no Canadian arms should be sent directly or indirectly for use in Gaza. One report by the United Nations Human Rights Office, cited from February 2024, says the U.S. is among the largest exporters to Israel and urges all states to stop those exports. A Human Rights Watch report from March 2024 also cited the document's authors, says Israel's assurance it is using U.S. arms legally are not credible. Called Human Rights Assessment Indirect Transfers, the assessment was written by a Canadian Commercial Corporation, CCC's, internal human rights body on December 6, 2024, and updated in March of 2025. An annex list of at least 30 U.S. military contracts, primarily linked to General Dynamics Ordnance and Tactical Systems Canada, with a few up to a smaller company based in Brantford, Ontario, Patriot Forge. Other contracts informations in the annex is redacted. The document does not clarify if the list contracts were signed, but the CBC News has confirmed 15 of them were through a publicly searchable database. In other words, footnotes, U.S. shipment to Israel. In other words, Anita Anand was lying. So says the CBC and the Maple. Sorry. If you're going, just jump up. Don't half jump up. Jump up. There you go. So I will post the rest of this in the SandBox. So people can read the rest of the article if you want to. Okay, come on. But a little bit about bill seeks to end permit-free shipments to the U.S. U.S.-bound shipments have come under scrutiny recently, both because of a report by activist groups tracking Canadian goods ending up in Israel after first being sent south of the border, and due to a private member's bill by NDP MP Jenny Kwan. The bill seeks to close what it calls a loophole permitting Canadian goods to end up in third countries after going to the U.S. And also, this is the a Maple article. So liberals fear closing arms export loophole would anger the U.S. I believe I covered this at the time. Again, it's just about, Canada bowing down, like Mark Carney bowing down to Donald Trump every chance he gets. And the idea that he was all about elbows up and going to stick it to Donald Trump just never works, because here it is, it's like,
Well, if we stop exporting weapons that we know are going to be used on innocent people, they might get mad at us. And we don't want that. We don't want them to get mad at us. So I will also, so our general exemption with the U.S. is not a loophole. It reflects a unique geopolitical relationship rooted in shared security commitments in continental defense and decades of military integration, imposing the bureaucratic red tape envisioned by this legislation would undermine these efforts and make both countries less secure against threats to sovereignty and stability. Our biggest threat to sovereignty and stability right now is the United States. So I will toss this into the sandbox as well. So that people can read up on this article. Let's see. I was just wondering if I thought I had... Oh, that's about Bill... about its report. Yeah, exposing the U.S. loophole how Canadian F-35 parts and explosive reach Israel. And so this is a long read if anyone wants to, but again, I will toss this into the sandbox so that you can go over it or share it with other people who might be wondering what's happening. Then we'll move on to this. I covered this when the story first broke here, but Rachel Gilmore is going more in depth and talking about this happening to a whole bunch of students, and that is students who get accepted into Canadian universities from Gaza who aren't making it here in some instances because they are trapped in Gaza and were killed before they could actually get to the universities, and how Canada is lagging behind helping students that we have accepted into our country getting here. Let's see. Here we go.
130 Palestinian students who have been accepted to Canadian universities, but they can't get here. And Canada seems to be doing jack and shit to help them. Meanwhile, these delays are dangerous. Twin sisters Dalia and Sally Ghazi were accepted to a PhD program at the University of Waterloo in October 2024. They were still in the process.
I'll show that article in just a little bit. This is the article that I covered when it first came out.
Of filling out the required documentation for a visa to Canada when an Israeli airstrike killed them in December 2024. In fact, at least 4 students have been injured while waiting for a visa. And Palestinian students have lost scholarships and admission offers because their study permits weren't issued by the Canadian government in time. And what's wild in the face of this inaction is that this isn't a new problem. Just under a month ago, Aisha Ashraf covered this issue in an excellent piece for CBC, but nothing seems to have come of it. So earlier this week, advocates from Palestinian Students and Scholars at Risk and Justice for All Canada, alongside university professors, made their way to Parliament Hill to demand action. And they explained the impossible obstacles that Palestinian students are facing and Canada's failure to do anything about them. Here's some of that.
As academics, we are very frustrated by what appears to be the Government of Canada's indifference and bias against a group of highly qualified students. I have never seen students excluded so clearly based on where they come from. We must ask why Palestinian students are being treated differently.
More than half of our students have been forced to defer their studies. 15 have already lost their offers. 20 more have gone to Europe instead of Canada. These are not hundreds of thousands of students. We are talking about 130 students seeking temporary study permits.
One major hurdle these Palestinian students are facing is that to get a Canadian visa, you need to submit your fingerprints and photograph, which is something known as biometrics. But there is no facility for getting your biometrics in Gaza.
And this was the same issue that people were running into when Canada was declaring, oh, we have a whole 3,000 emergency visas ready for Palestinians, but they have to do this, qualify this, do the biometrics, this, go to this building,
facilities that don't exist in Gaza anymore. You know, that whole infrastructure has been wiped out. There's nowhere for them to go to get it. So of the whole 3,000 emergency visas that were available, only a few maybe have actually made it through. And they also had to have family member here first. Whereas, you know, there was hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian refugees who got emergency visas to come to this country without an issue. But for Palestinians, they said up to 3,000, but only a handful actually made it because of things like these biometrics needed and having to go to buildings that simply do not exist anymore in Gaza.
Palestinians need to get biometrics to get a visa to come to Canada, but they also can't leave Gaza for Canada without getting that Canadian visa. So it's like a fucked up chicken or egg situation with lives and education on the line. And for the students that have been able to leave Gaza, which is no easy feat, and get to Egypt where they can actually submit those biometrics, there are still significant added delays. At that press conference, advocates explained that even for Palestinians who have submitted their biometrics, background checks have been taking longer than they would in any normal situation. Palestinian students are not being considered for priority processing, and they are having their social media and that of their family screened. This is extra embarrassing for Canada when you consider that other countries, including France, Britain, Italy, and Ireland, have been able to evacuate many students, while Canada hasn't evacuated any. The French and Irish governments even went so far as to explicitly work with educational institutions to negotiate a way to get students out. So why isn't Canada even trying anything like that? To add insult to injury, Canada has since announced an expedited process for PhD students from outside the country, but nothing for these Palestinian students. I reached out to our federal government to ask them why Canada won't consider biometric exemptions and priority processing for these Palestinian students. I also wanted to know why public safety is imposing prolonged secondary screening on these students. I had specifically reached out to the Public Safety Minister and the Immigration Minister's office. The Public Safety Minister's office ended up getting me a statement from Canada's spy agency, CSIS, which read, quote, "The Government of Canada's Immigration and Citizenship Screening Program is a trilateral program that is jointly managed by Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada, the Canada Border Services Agency, and CSIS. As part of the program, CSIS provides security advice to CBSA and IRCC regarding persons who are attempting to obtain entry to or status in Canada and who may represent a threat to national security. The advice is provided through CBSA to IRCC, which takes CSIS's advice into consideration when making the final decision on the inadmissibility of an applicant. There continues to be high volumes of applications awaiting security screening, which CSIS is working diligently to assess. CSIS and its security screening partners continue to take the necessary time with the information available to process each file appropriately and ensure the security of Canada and its citizens in accordance with the security screening mandate of the CSIS Act." So glad we're being kept safe from academics. The Immigration Minister's office.
Students, so scary. Well, to the government, students do tend to be scary if they turn out to be activists in any way whatsoever. But basically, this is just assuming that anyone that comes from Gaza is somehow bad, that we need to screen all of them, that there's something inherently wrong with the people in Gaza, that they need all of these extra precautions. You know, the people who are currently being the victims of a genocide, they're the ones that we need to be on the lookout for. But the IDF soldiers and other people involved with the Israeli government, they can come over here and give speeches and go on talking tours and all that sort of stuff. And some of them can even have warrants out from the ICC for their arrest, and they still are around here. Like, they're wanted for war crimes, and they're still allowed in Canada. IDF soldiers, former IDF soldiers, are allowed in Canada, even though there's a good chance they participated in some of those war crimes. They have no issues getting over here. But a student who has seen everything in their life be destroyed, lost family members, friends, because there isn't a single person in Gaza who hasn't lost a lot. No, we have to be extra cautious of them. They're the threat somehow.
by the way, didn't answer. This is a cruel situation that is also kneecapping Canada's competitiveness. We are losing motivated, intelligent students to other jurisdictions when they could be studying and building their lives in Canada, all because we're not even willing to try to match what other countries have proven is possible. What do you think of all this?
So this is the article that I had shared earlier when this first came out. Twin sisters from Gaza killed after being accepted into University of Waterloo PhD program in Ontario. Sally and Dahlia, I don't know how to say the last name, 26, died in a bombing this month amid Israel, Israel-Hamas war. It's not a war, it's just Israel's genocide. And this is them here.
It was devastating, of course, because it's admission to computer science or engineering at Waterloo is extremely competitive and extremely challenging, and these were very, very highly educated students that we had very high hopes for. I know that Dahlia and Sally's supervisor in engineering had very high hopes for them, as I do for mine, and not having them having not even a chance to come here and try their hand in education and research is quite devastating.
One day, the chats were normal on WhatsApp, where we communicate with the students, and someone told me that these two students were killed in a strike, in an Israeli strike. And, it kind of just hit me. To be honest, it took a while to properly hit me. At first, I was kind of not absorbing it, not really understanding. And, unfortunately, with so many deaths, it's just difficult to absorb each and every one emotionally. I think the moment that it really hit me was when we received the message from their parents, thanking the team for their help, and they were telling us that that they were so excited and they were so bubbly, unlike the past year.
And speaking of that letter, how does it make you feel to hear back from the family after such tragedy?
Well, actually not too good. I think that was a hard one to take yesterday, but it's at least they know that we tried.
It's really heartbreaking. I can't express enough how unfair it feels.
On Arctic.
And so, more on the subject of, Zionism in Canada. So CIJA is the AIPAC of Canada. That's the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs. They are a Zionist organization. So Sam Hirsch, who has been very outspoken about what's happening to the Palestinians, says only the Jews that CIJA info considers good Jews are allowed to give anti-Semitism training, and no one else. Government Relations Director for CIJA is the new Pope of the Jews. All hail. Because here is CIJA saying, it is completely unacceptable that the Elementary Teachers Federation of Ontario has engaged Independent Jewish Voices, a fringe anti-Zionist organization, to deliver anti-Semitism training to its executive. And so that is, I believe, Independent Jewish Voices. I don't think it's no, that's Canadians for Peace and Justice. Anyway, so platforming ideological driven groups that do not represent the vast majority of Jewish Canadians to deliver anti-Semitism or equity training raises serious concerns about credibility, consistency, and community trust. Read CIJA's letter to Minister Calandra on how to ensure training at school boards and schools delivered by trusted and respected partners. Basically, do not teach that Zionism is bad. I think there's probably comments. But
But CIJA is a ideological driven group. They're a Zionist group, and they are absolutely ideological driven. And they get offended when anyone teaches, Israel committing genocide right now, and they'll get all upset about that because let's look at this. CIJA has lobbied at least 20% of MPs since 2025 election. It's a very political and ideological driven group, the CIJA. One session included 37 MPs and focused on police funding and hate speech policy. The Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs, CIJA, is a Zionist lobby group that has stated a priority of strengthening Canada's Israel friendship. It has historically aimed to do so in several ways, including lobbying MPs and taking them on fully paid trips to Israel. I've published several articles on CIJA's activities since 2022, including the 10 MPs most lobbied by CIJA at the time, a breakdown of MPs CIJA has taken to Israel, and a list of MPs running in the 2025 election that CIJA has lobbied and or taken to Israel. This addition to the series looks at MPs and or their staff who CIJA has lobbied since April 29th, 2025, so well after the genocide began. Oh, and this is by David Matrosky. I don't know how to say his name. He's also the person who put together the list of Canadians who went over to fight in the IDF. Again, he's never been doxing people. This is all publicly sourced information that he's finding. And so he also is putting together a list of corporations that are helping the Israeli government, putting together a list of reporters that have gone over on the behest of Israel, and or like reporters and influencers type thing. Canadian reporters and influencers who have gone over on the behest of Israel. So he is doing astonishingly good work at revealing how Zionism has kind of interwoven into a lot of Canadian systems. So there are typically delays between when a lobby meeting occurs and when it actually is registered. For example, the latest recorded meeting occurred on December 17th, 2025, but was only posted to the registry January 15th, 2026. As such, it's almost certain that 63 MPs figure is an undercount for the date range mentioned until the date this article was published. I also found that CIJA lobbied MPs on 98 occasions across 48 meetings throughout the period, as they often lobbied multiple MPs at once and certain MPs on multiple occasions. And so has a list. So MP CIJA has lobbied most since 2025 election. Anthony Horsefarter, I should say. Looks like he's number one. Not surprising at all. A liberal who is the most Zionist of Zionists within the government. So again, I will post this so that people can look over it in detail. See if your MP is there. Your MP might... Oh, actually, I'm going to check to see if my MP is here. So MP CIJA has lobbied since 2025 election. Let me just check. Scan. No, it does not look like my MP is on the list. I guess that's good. Just double checking. No. A nearby MP is, but my MP is not. So again, I'll toss this into the sandbox, see if your MP is on the list, and let me know. And yeah, so one of the reporters and stuff that Israel has been getting involved with is Ben Mulroney, who is the son of former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. He is a Nepo baby in the bad way, because yesterday I was talking about how I don't necessarily view nepotism as an evil thing, because lots of children will follow in the footsteps of their parents or something, especially because they see their parents involved, they get interested, they get engaged, they just learn more about it because their parents will talk about it and all that sort of stuff. So I don't necessarily see nepotism as bad, like if somebody gets into the family business, as long as they're qualified. Did you go to school for whatever it is? Did you get good grades? All of that. Like, they still have to be qualified and in it. Whereas the only reason why Ben Mulroney has the fame he has is because of his daddy. It's not because he says anything intelligent or is useful, but he's also a Zionist and just a horrid human being who was given a position on Global News, I believe it was, or another, a temporary position in a very, what's the word? Recognized news program. And of all the reporters out there, it was given to him for no real good reason because he's a shit person. And so Rachel Gilmore was just quote tweeting him out saying, yikes, referring to Melanie Joly, correct if far too tepid, condemnation of Israel bombing Palestine hospitals as her jumping a headline like a fat kid on cake. He actually says that. Feeling bad for my former Global News colleagues who have to pretend to take this guy seriously.
I want to move on to a mistake that I made on Twitter. Yesterday, I reposted this breaking news that Hillary Clinton was going to be the keynote speaker at the Liberal convention. And I posited whether this was going to make Mark Carney's job easier or harder. And you could read sarcasm into it because it was sarcastic. I found out this morning that it was wrong and the PMO wanted to correct me. And I said, no, I will correct it. And I had a moment as I was going to look at it. What do? Do I delete it? And then I remembered what happened in September 2023, when in the Canadian House of Commons, a man stood for recognition as a Ukrainian-Canadian veteran, and we found out he was a Nazi. And this was a big mistake. Big mistake.
Yes, it was a mistake to have a Nazi be saluted in the House of Commons, but Zionists who are currently committing a genocide and in support of that said genocide, no issue with them. No, it's same thing, different name.
I mean, is it as big as me getting the guest list wrong at a party? That's for you to decide. So I was thinking about that. I was thinking about that before I deleted it. I was like, no, I want this to be part of the record. I want to be part of my record. So I remember it. So I can be better. And that's not good enough for some of you online. I tried to make things right. I didn't do the right thing right, according to you. And
anyone who gets mad at certain types of backlash online, they're just trying to paint themselves as the victim. Most people who post things online will get backlash, whether it's the correct statement or not, or a horrendously horrific statement. People will get backlash. That's just the way social media works. And so for him to whine about it, he's trying to make himself the victim of the situation.
And people were coming at me that this was not the journalistic thing to do. Before we uphold journalism as on the pantheon, like right below God on Twitter, I'll remind you that I have seen some of the most boorish behavior on Twitter coming from journalists, because it is not a vehicle for journalism. It is a vehicle for information sharing and trying to do so as responsibly as possible. I believe that I behaved in a responsible manner. I will point you to what happened 2 years ago when our Minister of Foreign Affairs, Melanie Joly.
So he has to go back 2 years ago for this.
Saw a headline that Israel had bombed a hospital, and she jumped on that like a fat kid on cake. So all of you clutching your pearls.
Yeah, just be a little bit fatphobic and with that, and then wonder why people don't like you. Like a fat kid on cake. Like it's gross language.
That I got the guest list wrong at a party. This woman committed a blood libel. She was a member of a sitting government with power.
Again, because she tepidly called out a bombing that Israel was responsible for. And he's like, that was a blood libel she did.
And she committed a blood libel, which probably led to rising anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic acts across this country.
Something that's leading to anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic acts is what Israel is doing. It's the Zionists. It's Benjamin Netanyahu. It's, them committing a genocide. That doesn't help. And like I've mentioned, I'm on UpScrolled, and I am wary of some of the comments that I see on there, because it's never a good idea to equate all Jewish people with Zionism and all Zionists as Jews, because that's not the case, not by a long shot. And so there's been some definite anti-Semitic remarks I've seen on UpScrolled so far. And, it's people like him that are actually contributing to it. It's Benjamin Netanyahu. It's the genocide that the Israeli state is committing. And it's them trying to tie Jewish people to this that it is causing a lot of rise in anti-Semitism. And there's lots and lots and lots of Jewish people who are against what's happening.
That was never corrected, and it's still on her feed. Oh my goodness. Oh, I do hope lawyers...
Anyway, that's enough of him. Okay. So that is that for that. Close these tabs so my computer doesn't get too mad at me. There we go. And next up will be all of this, I think. Don't you be auto-playing. There you go. I paused it. Hopefully it doesn't start auto-playing. Let's check the SandBox. Let's see. Woo, up to 21 viewers right now. Woot. Okay. Okay, so I saw those comments. Saw that. Okay. No, right, saying they've killed kids every day since the ceasefire, talking about Israel, and I'm pretty sure that is the case. It's been over 100. Over 500 people, but over 100 kids. And again, those are just the ones counted. It's not everyone. Let's see. Oh, hello, you don't like my music? Welcome to the SandBox. Okay, I think a lot of people saying what I've already said. Hello, Grand Theft Autobot. It's been a while. Palestinians cease, Israelis fire. Yeah, sadly. You don't like my music? Ahem, Tony Blair isn't credible. He's on the peace board for Donald Trump. And also saying she said no new parts since 2024. Right, there were no new contracts. Hello, True Democratic North. Welcome to the SandBox. Hello, MIDI Doctors. Good content. Why, thank you. Grand Theft Autobot, their evil plan to infiltrate Canada is going as planned. / sarcasm. Yeah, talking about the students trying to get over here. You don't like my music, E.T. Canada's Brian Mulroney? I believe he was part of E.T. Entertainment Tonight. But now he's getting into politics and stuff like that, and he is just not qualified in the least. I'm more qualified than he is. John Martinez, pretty much every Orthodox Jew I know says it's against the religion to have an earthly homeland. Needless to say, many of these people are banned from Palestine. Hello, Morbius. Welcome to the SandBox. Yeah, and somebody else, I think it was You Don't Like My Music, mentioning how Zionists are trying to equate Jewish people with Zionism. So then that way, if you attack Zionism, you're being anti-Semitic and stuff. And that is absolutely the case, that they are. Like, that's the sad thing, is that Zionists are using Jewish people as a shield for what they're doing and what they're promoting. Let's see. John Martinez, fat phobia is moronic. Seriously, what's the issue needing to bring up a person looks in totally unrelated argument? Shit is pathetic and a sign of weak debater. Hello, Doc Davies. MIDI Doctors, Blair is so exposed now. Earning about $10 million a year. Ugh. Stupid morals and ethics keeping me in this line of work. I could be rich. No amount of money would be worth selling out the way these people have. It's, yeah. I can never. There isn't a number of money on this planet that could get me to sell it out. Like, I would definitely want to take the money so that I could distribute it to people who need it and, you know, twist the system and all that sort of stuff. But then that's the complete opposite of selling out. So I will never get that money. You don't like my music? Brian Mulroney was exposed decades ago as being uber corrupt. I don't think he's changed. A lot of people don't tend to remember that, you know, Israel, it's not that old. There are still Palestinians with their house keys from when they were forced to leave the land during the Nakba. And the idea that this land was given to them, no, it was stolen. It was stolen. And people, there was ethnic cleansing, 750,000 people forced off the land because, you know, the United Nations declared it now belongs to Israel. It's, yeah. So MIDI Doctors, he took 30 million off Kazakhstan and redistributed it laundries in form of charities that never do anything. I can't say I'm shocked that there's corruption going on. We're going to get into some corruption from the Toronto police. Oh, who could have ever seen it coming? Of course, of course. Barack tells Epstein the Blair is skinny. The Blair skinny? I don't know what that means. But why don't we move on to some Canuck politics? So just Pierre Poilievre again being a dweeb. But what we kind of missed, because recently there was the convention, conservative convention, and they decided to keep Pierre Poilievre on as conservative leader in an overwhelming majority. So there's no leadership race, all of that sort of stuff. He won his leadership review despite losing his own seat and just being, generally speaking, hated outside of his party. I predicted this. I knew he was going to be probably leader again, because among the right-wing rabid base, he's actually kind of popular. Not so much because of his personality or anything, but because he's the right-wing NPC. He says what they want him to say. And so he's very popular that way. So he easily won the leadership review. So we did dodge a bullet with that, because I suspected that should he have lost, we would have gotten Jamel Jabani wanting to run, and we'll get a little bit into him. And a reminder, I've covered him a lot. He's a horrid right-winger. Wanted to do a True North tour similar to what Charlie Kirk's tours were like. Just in their man that's way too old to be on university campuses to go and talk to students type thing about, yeah. Anyway. So a little reminder of how much of a dweeb Pierre Poilievre is. This is kind of funny. Actually, I'll make this big first. There we go. And then
Canadians need hope right now. Thanks, everyone. Canadians need hope right now. They need hope. You want to sneak by here? Good to see you. This is not hope. This is.
So he's talking to liberals right here. This is not hope.
Not hope over here. Well, look at this. We've got a. We're working. We're
actually going to work.
Say we're working. We're actually going to work.
You better start. We've got this is the group here that have given you the most expensive groceries in the G7, and hopefully they'll work in the opposite direction. Thanks, everyone.
I just love that you know, these other MPs just come by. It's like, we're actually working. Like, go away. We're actually doing our job. Such a dweeb. And for no other, no particular reason, I'm just going to toss this back into the SandBox. I've already signed it. But it's a petition. It's a House of Commons petition to say, you know what? Anyone who becomes leader should have their security check done. Because Pierre Poilievre doesn't have his security clearance yet. So this was put forth by Bruce Fanjoy, the MP who won the riding that Pierre Poilievre used to be the MP for, saying, actually, I don't know if I've signed this one yet, but it's available for signage, so sign it. So saying, whereas Canada faces increasing national security risk and a complex shifting geopolitical landscape, the Canadian Security Intelligence Service, CSIS, warns that political parties, elected officials, and candidates are potential targets for foreign interference. In this context, it's in Canada's natural interest for every federal party leader to hold top secret security clearance, something Pierre Poilievre does not have. This ensures that all leaders are properly briefed on potential national security threats within the respective parties and take timely informed action to protect Canada's interests. The leader of the Conservative Party of Canada refuses to seek top secret security clearance, and this is a failure of leadership and exposes Canada to avoidable national security risks. We, the undersigned citizens, call upon the House of Commons to require all federal party leaders to obtain and maintain top secret security clearance to ensure they are fully informed of threats to Canada's national security and able to act decisively to protect Canadians and our democracy. So please go sign it. They've already met the threshold, but still, that's a lot of signatures there. Close to 200,000. Actually, let's refresh it to see if it's grown since I opened it. Yep, over 200,000. So sign the petition, more the merrier, because it would be nice if all leaders had to get that top secret security clearance, which Pierre Poilievre, for some reason or other, keeps refusing to get. It's a little sketchy, a little sketchy. So I plan on signing that as soon as you're not going to see my private information on screen. I remember there's one, I think, similar to that I've already signed. But anyway, so this is the douche canoe I was worried would run for leadership had Pierre Poilievre lost. And he is still a toxic stain on politics, and he's part of the reason why the culture war is up here in Canada and getting worse. And it's about blowing up stories that aren't real stories, fear-mongering, crime. Oh, look at crime. Look at the immigrants. Look at all this. Look at all this. Don't look at what we're actually doing and what we plan on doing to you. Taking away your rights, making the cost of living even more unaffordable. It's like the Liberals have not been great on it. The Conservatives absolutely would be worse. So they're going to be lying, though. That's the thing. It's going to be a lot of lying, a lot of stuff that we're going to constantly have to push back against to try to clear the air. But the thing is that their message, their lies, their mistruths, their misleading gets out so much easier because the algorithms are on their side. So it's always good to know what they're saying, what they're trying to push, so that we can counteract it the best that we can.
Hello, Canada.
Also, he got this trip to Washington on the taxpayer dime.
I'm here in Washington, D.C., where I've been having some very productive, promising, and positive conversations with the White House, with the State Department, with senators representing border states that we do a lot of business with in Canada.
Also, this guy's a Christo-fascist, saying how white Christian men are the most targeted group in Canada. Ooh, the church burning, such an epidemic happening here in Canada. No, it's not. Issue, sure, but not an epidemic. Like all of this victim mentality. And again, it's from Charlie Kirk's book. Like literally, he's trying to mimic what Charlie Kirk was doing.
And I got to tell you, I'm feeling hopeful and optimistic that we can get something really good done for Canadian workers and businesses. Might take some time, but I really believe that the doors are open here. Positive conversations are possible. I have made some jokes about the United States becoming Canada's 11th province. Americans don't seem that interested. They seem happy with their country, but
Really? Are a lot of Americans happy with what's going on there right now? Because, there's a lot of people who didn't vote because they're very unhappy with their choices and stuff. I wouldn't necessarily say the majority of Americans are cool with the state of the United States right now. Again, I don't need to do a poll. It's just common fucking sense.
I am really hoping that I can bring my insights and what I've learned here back to Ottawa, share them with Prime Minister Mark Carney and Minister Dominic LeBlanc. And this can be the beginning of a truly nonpartisan approach to working with the United States. This is not a partisan issue. It's not about Liberals or Conservatives. This is about Canadian workers and Canadian businesses and how we can make sure our economy is growing and our economy is thriving. I will be heading home tomorrow, back to Bowmanville, Oshawa North. But before then, I will be meeting with some business leaders that I'm really looking forward to hearing from, as they are job creators that employ thousands of Canadians. And I can't wait to get back home this weekend to see my wonderful niece and nephew. God bless you. God bless Canada.
Yeah. And he will be in complete lockstep with Donald Trump and Donald Trump's agenda. So, Corrupt Ontario just pointing out, remember always that Post Media, which owns the vast majority of newspapers in Canada, is controlled by a New Jersey hedge fund that has aided Trump's cover-ups. The flagship paper, the National Post, was founded by Conrad Black, who is in Epstein's book, and was pardoned by Trump because the National Post will post glowing reviews of him, saying, if Jamel Giovanni succeeds, it would be a win for Canada. Why can't Liberals admit this? He's a horrid piece of shit. An absolute horrid piece of shit. That they just want to bring the right-wing culture war agenda distraction playbook up here to Canada. That's all they want to do. And so here's another example of the Conservatives just flat out lying to stoke the fire, to stoke the flame, to get people upset, to mislead people about the media in particular, to mistrust the media, and to get people angry. And when people are angry, it's easier to manipulate them. They're not necessarily going to look under the covers. They're not going to ask for more information. They want to vent their anger. And then what will happen is they will give them their targets. Like, oh, the reason why you're angry is the immigrants. The reason why you're angry are queer folks, trying to take what little you have. So here is another video from Rachel Gilmore pointing out the way that the Conservatives are blatantly misrepresenting what things are said to get people to mistrust the media.
A bunch of Conservative elected politicians are blatantly lying to Canadians and treating them like they're too stupid to figure it out. That's right, it's time for another fact check. You might have seen this clip going around. Not only was it shared by at least 2 sitting Conservative MPs, Bob Zimmer and Dean Allison, but Conservative MP Rachel Thomas also made this misleading claim on a microphone at the Conservative convention.
This weekend, there was a summit of all media, and this is a direct quote from the stage. Prime Minister, we have your back just as we know you have ours.
Also, this is the same woman that got Charlie Kirk a standing ovation in the House of Commons after he was assassinated, after he was killed. She's the one that gave the speech so that the House rose for a second time, giving a standing ovation to a Nazi. She was the one that instigated that.
This is what is said by the mainstream media.
It all comes down to this clip, which, without context, could seem very sketchy and, as a journalist, would make me uncomfortable if the speaker was talking about journalism. Here's the clip.
The Prime Minister, know that every person in this room and the 180,000 people who work in this industry have your back, just as we know that you have ours.
Naturally, this is catnip for folks willing to present information in bad faith because they think their audience is too stupid to do even the tiniest bit of research if something appeals to their biases.
They're not necessarily wrong.
But the key word this guy said was industry. Because what industry was he talking about? To hear Conservative elected politicians who do know better tell it, the media industry he's talking about is the legacy media, the news media, journalists. And if anyone actually said that on behalf of us, I would have a bone to pick with them. Except, oops, they didn't. Even super right-wing journalists are pointing that out. This guy is not a journalist, and he wasn't talking about the news media industry. See, the media doesn't always mean journalism. TV shows and movies are also considered media. So
those MPs were spreading misinfo, just flat out spreading misinfo. And they know better. They know the truth. They know what really happens, but nobody's going to hear the retractions. All the people that they've spread this misinfo to that are already angry about this, the way the algorithms are set up, they don't see the counters. They don't see the fact checks. They don't see the full quote. It doesn't show up in their algorithm. So all they will ever see is this out of context clip. And since the MPs put the framing around it that he's talking about legacy media, news media being behind Carney, there's still a lot of people out there that trust what politicians say, that trust what their politician says in particular, because that you're supposed to be able to, but they are lying. There are no laws in Canada that prevents politicians from lying, flat out lying. And I think that is the biggest overhaul that would help our government, is if we flat out don't allow our politicians to lie.
This guy speaking here, his name is Reynolds Maston, and he's the president and CEO of the Canadian Media Producers Association. It's a trade association for independent producers, you know, like people who make scripted TV shows and movies, entertainment stuff. And his professional association had put on a 4-day media industry conference called Primetime 2026, which is where that clip comes from. You might have heard of that conference before, because it is the same conference where Hudson Williams from Heated Rivalry cuddled with Mark Carney on the red carpet, while Carney got to wear Hollander's famous Team Canada fleece. Now, do I wish Hudson Williams was my media industry colleague? Of course. But unfortunately, I am in the journalism kind of media, and he is in the TV and movie kind of media. And while the journalism kind of media has an important accountability role in society, meaning it's vital for us as journalists not to go around saying we have any one politician's back, which is maybe a lesson that some of the conservative influencers sharing this clip could take to heart.
Yeah, because they always tend to have Pierre Poilievre's back.
Entertainment, movie, and TV biz doesn't have that same kind of responsibility to accountability. And even if they did, even if this guy who spoke was a journalist, no journalist I know would defend this. But in reality, he represents a professional association whose job it is to, among other things, actively lobby the federal government. As for the tinfoil hat claims that CPAC, the channel that aired these remarks, scrubbed them from the internet, yeah, I went straight to the source. I reached out to CPAC and I asked them about that. They told me, quote, CPAC livestreamed the Prime Minister's address to a Film and Television Producers Trade Association event last Thursday. Ahead of the PM speech, there were 15 minutes of preamble from industry representatives. CPAC's focus is on politics, and as is CPAC's practice for live streams, when the asset was archived, the introductory remarks were trimmed out, and the video we posted includes the Prime Minister's remarks in their entirety. As someone who regularly watches CPAC's live streams and actually got my start in the industry by working for them, that's not unusual. And for any Americans watching, this is the Canadian CPAC. So yeah, would it be nice if elected politicians had enough respect for the public that they wouldn't call them stupid by completely misleading them like this? Yes. But until they stop doing that, I'll be here to fact check. What do you think of all?
So another way that conservative MPs are trying to fearmonger and stoke fear. So I covered something a little while ago, how they're flipping out over federal judges not being forced to do mandatory minimums on sex offenders, which, you know, that is something that is easy to latch on to because, you know, people have visceral reactions to it. But what the hearing ruled is that there are plausible reasons why somebody might not deserve the mandatory minimum, like the absolute mandatory. And examples of like 2 18-year-old boys, one shows the other nudes of his 17-year-old girlfriend or something, or sends it to his phone. Does that boy deserve, the one who received it, does he deserve to have a mandatory minimum and sexual offender stance put towards him? So there are actual reasons why a mandatory sentence wouldn't be reasonable. But that said, the maximum sentences can still be applied. You know, if there's the intention, if the person is likely to reoffend, all that sort of stuff. It's not taking away the ability to put down maximum sentencing. It just means that judges will have a little bit more say in minimum. But I talked a bit about this yesterday when John Ross joined me. And we have our problems when it comes to, you know, conviction rates and how much people who are guilty of sexual offenses go to prison and all that sort of stuff. And it's messed up. And the only reason why conservatives care is because it's red meat to their base. Because a lot of these conservatives, they're more than happy to allow a lot of these offenders to go off free, in my opinion. They're the ones that are like, you know what? The whole age of consent thing is being blown out of proportion. You know, they're the ones that are being quiet about the Epstein files. Although, as far as I know, no Canadian politicians have been caught up in it yet. So, you know, they will latch onto things they know have visceral reactions from people, even though they don't necessarily share, like they don't care
That's the thing. They just latch on knowing it will make people mad. And another thing that will make people mad is the use of drugs in underage people. And so Guy Felicia is someone who is recovered from addiction. He had to use supervised consumption site. It saved his life a bunch of times over. And he's been sober for years, has a family. All of that was achieved because those supervised consumption sites allowed him to make it to the next day. And to make it to a day where he was ready to tackle the addiction and move away from it and heal. And that can take a while. And part of the supervised consumption sites is they offer the counseling, they offer the support. And so because of that, he was able to have this wonderful life that he has now. So he very much speaks out on this. And so he's quote tweeting Dan Mazer, an MP, conservative MP, saying, "I'm visibly shocked that Canadian politicians seems unable to think critically." I'm not that shocked. There's no minimum age to use a chainsaw in Canada. And just like with illegal drugs, we do not have an epidemic of grade schoolers wielding chainsaws. 2, the drugs are illegal for everyone. There's no such thing as underage. If an 18-year-old is at risk of dying from drug poisoning, damn right they should be allowed to use overdose prevention sites. Why is this so hard for you? Yes, it's one of those things. It's like, when conservatives like to make laws about things that are already laws, like they want to push forward the castle law where you're allowed to just kill anyone on sight. But the thing is you have a right to defend yourself in this country. Even use lethal force to defend yourself in this country. But again, it's just red meat for the base. And they're making it sound like the liberals are saying you're not allowed to defend yourself when you can. You're just not allowed to murder someone when they enter your apartment. And I use the example, if I hit someone over the head with a baseball bat because they broke into my place and I feel that they're going to do me harm and they die because of one blow, I'm unlikely to go to jail because the courts understand adrenaline. They understand that you don't know, what you're doing and the fear of the moment, all that sort of stuff. However, if I were to hit them over the head with a baseball bat and they fall to the ground unconscious but are still alive, they're no longer a threat. I'm not allowed to then go over to them and continue to bash them over the head until they're dead. So that's the big difference. Another example is the way that conservatives will say, oh, we need to stop surgeries or transitional care for trans kids. We need to stop the surgeries. We need to make laws against these surgeries, the surgeries that aren't happening. And so this is kind of like in that same area. These types of drugs are illegal for everyone to use. You're not helping kids by denying them access to care. It would be like not allowing underage kids to access sexual health care. Because there's many reasons why they might need it, or reproductive care. It doesn't make the problem go away by denying them the things that could save them their lives. And that's what they're doing. They're denying these children ways to save their lives if they were unfortunate enough to get caught up in this. And this trying to prevent underage folks from being able to access these services will kill them. It will absolutely kill them. But here is Dan trying to paint it as, oh, it is horrific that they're allowing children to access these sites. How dare they? But also, as Guy was pointing out, it's not a massive epidemic. It happens, yes, but it's not like high school kids are all about that life. I've known underage kids who have gotten into it. But it's not something that needs to be the focus of attention. It's something that should be treated seriously for the children that are caught up in it. So Dan was saying a Liberal MP was visibly shocked to learn there is no age limit at federally approved drug injection sites. Yeah, again, there's no legal age to use these drugs. Even if you didn't know, minors could legally use hard drugs under his government's policy. If Liberal MPs are stunned, it proves how insane their agenda has become.
Madam Speaker, yesterday Health Canada officials revealed at committee that there are no age requirements at federally approved drug injection sites. In fact, Health Canada revealed there isn't even a requirement for ID. That means minors can legally use drugs in these consumption sites under Liberal law.
Versus where? So if they can't use drugs in these supervised consumption sites, where would you rather they do it? In places where they can't seek help, can't get the help if they need it.
The Health Minister approves supervised drug injection sites through the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. Why are the Liberals allowing minors to inject hard drugs under their watch?
Wow. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member opposite for the question. As a father of 2 young children, 15 and 17, I know how important it is to ensure that we think about the health and safety of our children and our youth. We'll work hard in ensuring that they are not in any danger of moving forward, and that's what we'll continue to do on this side of the House, and I really look forward to working with both sides of the House to ensure the safety of our young children moving forward.
The Honourable Member for Riding Mountain.
Madam Speaker, the Health Minister approves these drug injection sites. And her own officials confirm there is no age limit to use them. That means a minor from a nearby school could walk in and legally inject fentanyl under this Liberal policy.
These sites don't encourage drug use. It's a place people can go to and they're less likely to die. And they can also get the supports that they need when they're ready to fight the addiction. That's all that is. That's all it is. It's like if STD clinics suddenly wouldn't allow youth to attend them, what do you think will happen to those children? Where will they get their care? Where will they get the help that they need? This doesn't make the problem go away.
If the Health Minister doesn't think minors should be injecting drugs at these sites that she approved, why doesn't the Minister stop them today?
Here, here. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I welcome the member's question. I will work with him after the question period to find a solution with that member, and I thank him for the question once again.
And he didn't handle that all that well, but it could have been like, children deserve the right to have safety and health care and all this sort of stuff. Where would you rather they do this? And I'm not huge on polls. People who know my channel know that. Polling Canada, generally speaking, it is what it is. But I didn't need a poll to know this, but it backs up what I already know, saying Canadians grow increasingly hostile towards immigration. And again, that's because of the, what's the word? The vocabulary, it's not vocabulary, the rhetoric coming from conservatives and liberals, the fear-mongering they do towards immigrants, the way that, oh, the housing crisis is their fault, the healthcare crisis is their fault, they're scary, they're coming in to do harm and all this sort of stuff. That's coming from both the liberals and the conservatives right now. And so, yeah, when you have that type of rhetoric coming out from the government, of course, it's going to be making Canadians more hostile towards immigration. Okay, so we have a little bit more federal news to get to, but it's all kind of related in the next, it's the musical chair part. So before we get to that, I will get to the SandBox. Oh, and I can close this tab. There we go. So let's check the SandBox before we get into musical chairs. I'll admit I'm having a hard time following who's doing what. It's like who's on first? Almost that little skit, who's on first, with MPPs and MPs resigning and going for seats and stuff like that. It's like, whoa, what? Oh, I saw the hi from Doc Davies. Oh, saw that, Okay. You don't like my music? Corrupt cops? No, I've heard everything. Yes. And it's just so ironic when Doug Ford has to sit there and be like, oh, we gotta give them the benefit of the doubt and don't, put all police under the same scope and blah, blah, blah. Says the most corrupt premier we have ever had. Hello, the Wild West. I'm always here to shit talk Toronto. It's coming. Yeah, unfortunately, John Martinez, PP will be in the news a fair bit. It was one of those, like, because it sucks that I have to cover him more when he says stupid things and does all of this sort of stuff and is just problematic and spreading misinformation and is just such a dweeb and all that sort of stuff. But the Conservatives are less likely to win with him as leader. If Jamel Javani had become, because I know he would have run for leadership and he probably would have won leadership of the Conservative Party. And with him as leader of the Conservative Party, yeah, they'd win. They would win. Pierre Poilievre is just so unlikable outside of his party that independents, even a lot of conservatives, don't want to vote for him because Mark Carney is passing the conservative agenda. So a lot of the more in tune conservatives are looking at Mark Carney like, yeah, he's our guy. We're going to vote for him. So with Pierre Poilievre as leader, they're less likely to win. You don't like my music? What a strange thing to have to demand. What, having a security clearance for our leaders? Yeah. It was a big controversy. Hasn't gone away and won't be. Because a lot of people are suspecting that Pierre Poilievre won't pass getting his top secret security clearance. And there's lots of stuff if you go back into it when it was really big in the news as to why that might be. But I suggest people sign the petition if you're Canadian. I will be. So Grand Theft Autobot has been in the hospital, hoping to be sent home soon. Well, I hope you're doing better. And I hope that happens soon, that you get home. And that whatever is there is you overcome quickly. Grand Theft Autobot. I hear quite a few Americans are unhappy with their healthcare system. Hello, Nilsadium. Welcome to the SandBox. I'm pretty sure I butchered how to say your name. You don't like my music? Mandatory sentencing has no place in law. You're right. Yeah, anyone that's at risk from drug poisoning should have access. That's not complex. It's very simple, actually. Hello, Soul Life. Oh, it jumped. Where did it go? Where was I? I hate when it jumps. Oh, there we go. No, right. Safe injection sites work. All the studies confirm it. And because Doug Ford shut down a whole bunch here in Ontario, people have died. There are people who are not with us anymore because of Doug Ford. the amount of social murder he's responsible for is absolutely ridiculous. So Live DOJ just announced the Epstein files confirmed Epstein did not traffic minors to operate a trafficking ring. What? Again, I don't get in too deep with all the Epstein file stuff because other programs will be covering it in far more detail than I will be. But I might be touching on it at the end with a couple of things with like Stephen Hawking's being in it and whatnot. You don't like my music? The Canadian right hates homeless too. Oh yeah, Doug Ford is absolutely responsible for so many, like the amount of people living in tent encampments and stuff. It has skyrocketed under his watch, and he's just so, the disdain he has for poor people. Anyway, let's get into the musical chairs. Because floor crossings have been in the news semi-recently because there were a couple conservatives, MPs. So on the federal level, a couple conservatives had left. One just decided to step down. Two moved over to the Liberals. And the reason why this was a big deal is the Liberals were this close to having a majority, and they will probably have a majority soon-ish. Well, it really depends because Chrystia Freeland is stepping down so that she can go work for the Ukrainian government, and another MP is stepping down to work for another foreign government. So then that balances out. But if they get more floor crossers and things of that sort, who knows? Who knows? And so floor crossing and MPs and MPPs. So MPP is member of provincial parliament for Ontario. Other provinces will call it MLA, Member of Legislative Assembly. Quebec calls it something French. They stepping down for different reasons, health. Unfortunately, sometimes they die while in office, or crossing floors. This is all par for the course when it comes to politics. But because they're so close to a majority in the federal Liberals, it's a little bit more of a news story. But this next one, it's so chaotic because it crosses provincial and federal over with Ontario and NDP and Liberal and all this sort of stuff. So I have the tabs in order. Hopefully this will make sense. So former Minister Bill Blair, appointed to diplomatic post, resigns as MP. So appointment as Canada's High Commissioner to the UK will take effect this spring. So here is another MP who's leaving to work for the British government. Again, Chrystia Freeland is stepping down to work for the Ukrainian government. So this means when they do that, there are going to be by-elections in their ridings. So former Liberal Cabinet Minister Bill Blair resigned as an MP on Monday after Prime Minister Office announced that he will be Canada's next High Commissioner to the UK. It has been an honour to be your voice in Parliament for the last decade and to work for all Canadians to build a safer communities, protect our sovereignty, shape a better future, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so that's really all you need to know. He's stepping down. He is stepping down. So Blair is the second Trudeau-era minister to resign this year after former Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland left her seat in January. It had previously been reported that Blair was expected to resign and take on diplomatic posts, and Carney had indicated there would be a few by-elections in the coming months, even though Freeland's seat was the only vacancy when he made those comments. Blair's resignation means the Liberal government's just one seat shy of majority before the holidays is now short a second MP for the time being. Both Blair and Freeland's Toronto ridings are fairly safe for Liberal seats, but a by-election needs to be called for both. Okay,
So Bill Blair stepping down. Colin DeMello. So new NDP leader Marit Stiles says she was hurt by Dolly Begum, sudden departure, telling Global News there was absolutely nothing to indicate she was about to leave. So Dolly, an Ontario NDP MPP, is quitting. She is resigning her seat to run for the Liberals, federal Liberal seat for Bill Blair. So she's not quitting as Ontario NDP MPP to run as an NDP in this riding. She's quitting to run as a Liberal.
It was an early morning phone call between the leader of Ontario's NDP and a trusted deputy. Dolly Begum was set to tell the leader she was about to quit.
Yeah, I got a call at 9 a.m. from the MPP who gave me her news, and everything kind of unfolded from there. And I, as I said yesterday, of course, this is a friend, somebody I've worked with for years, so it hurts a little bit.
Begum announced she would join Prime Minister Mark Carney's team and run in the federal by-election of Scarborough Southwest. Party insiders say they were blindsided by the news. Stiles said neither she nor her caucus had the slightest hint.
What indication had you received before this that there may have been some kind of a movement here?
None. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. I really think it's for her to discuss that and describe it and explain why.
This is a stain against her leadership. The NDP, the Ontario NDP, stand no chance, none, zero, zilch with her in power, just none whatsoever.
But as I said yesterday, of course it's hurtful. I've said before to a few people, it's kind of like when somebody says to you, it's not you, it's me.
The news reverberated across the political spectrum, met by some with a sense of betrayal.
When Canadians see politicians betray the values and policies that they claim to believe in, I think it damages our democracy.
And this is always going to be the case, that when somebody leaves a party to cross the floor to another party, the party that is left will always feign hurt. And how dare they? And it's a betrayal to their voters and things of that sort. And yet when they're on the receiving end of a member crossing to them, they made the right choice for their voters and blah, blah. That is always the case. It's always the case. They're hurt when they leave, but they're more than happy and applaud the people who come over to their side. It's a team sport. And this is, again, we heard a lot of this type of thing coming out from the Conservative government when the two Conservatives left to go to the Liberals. The Liberals were more than happy to have them come over. And yeah, it's the same old with this sort of thing.
It breeds cynicism.
But in Ontario, even the Premier offered kind words.
She'll do a good job as a federal MP. She's fortunate enough to win. And I guess there'll be a time to call a by-election after that. I'm just not too sure when.
While Stiles doesn't believe the departure diminishes her leadership,
oh, it absolutely does.
She has been shoring up support with caucus members.
Yeah, our caucus is very united. Everybody I've spoken with is, super there. I mean, they're also feeling a little hurt and disappointed in the other member, but that doesn't stop us, right? This is politics. Sometimes people call it a blood sport. I really wish it wasn't.
But Stiles says the NDP will throw everything it can towards retaining the seat. At Queen's Park, Colin DeMello, Global News.
Okay, so because there's an Ontario NDP MPP stepping down to run as a Liberal MP, that means in a by-election because a Liberal MP has stepped down to take a job in the UK, then that means that there's going to be a by-election in the Ontario riding. So I'm going to skip through the first part of this. There's a little bit more here because now we come into the issue of, so who's going to run in this Ontario NDP riding?
After years, Mark Carney sent shockwaves through the party.
Need to put this one in so I can hear what's going on. Need to skip to about the 50-second mark because it's just repeating
the earlier bits, but I want to get into something more.
Scarborough Southwest is now up for grabs, and parties have been fielding calls from potential contenders.
I've got a note from not just one candidate, but
So this is Don Davies, no, Don Davies is the interim leader for the federal NDP. I forget what this guy's name is. He's the interim leader for the Provincial Liberal Party, because the Provincial Liberal Party is going to be having a leadership race because Bonnie, whatever her name is, stepped down as leader. Marit Stiles and Bonnie Crumby. That's it, Bonnie Crumby. There's really no difference between Bonnie Crumby and Marit Stiles. So depending on who gets the leadership of the Ontario Liberals, you might be able to tell them apart.
but half a dozen who've expressed their interest. We want to win every by-election, and this one, we can win it. So we're going to make sure that we do.
One of those candidates, federal MP Nate Erskine-Smith, hoping to use the riding as a launching pad for a leadership bid for the Ontario Liberal Party.
Okay, so now you have a federal MP, Liberal MP, who's going to step down from his seat to run in the provincial Liberal, for the provincial Liberals as an MPP, so that he can then try to become the leader of the Ontario Liberals. So the Liberals will be losing an MP, another MP, but they're in a strong Liberal riding, so chances are they'll still keep it. So yeah, so now you have a Liberal MP stepping down to run as a Liberal Ontario MPP.
As soon as Doug Ford calls the by-election, I am all in. I'll be resigning a seat here.
The Premier now has 6 months to call that by-election. While he didn't offer a date, he expressed a desire to win the riding.
I'll just work as hard as we can. And
Scarborough Southwest, after losing an MPP, could present a challenge. Stiles suggested her party is willing to spend big in order to stay in contention.
I completely anticipate that Doug Ford will throw everything he has at this and spend way more money than he's really supposed to. And, you know, we will spend everything we need up to the limit to keep the riding.
For now, though, Stiles is shoring up support within, ensuring no more surprises from the NDP caucus.
Yeah, the fact that she has to be like, okay, no more surprises, folks. Again, it's a stain on her leadership. She should not be leader. The NDP in Ontario have no chance of winning with her as leader. They're only going to suffer more, and she should have stepped down a long time ago. So again, to get this straight, we have a federal Liberal MP resigning to go work in the UK. And so an Ontario NDP MPP is leaving the Ontario NDP to run as a federal Liberal. When that by-election is then called for the Ontario riding, then a federal Liberal MP will be stepping down to run as a Liberal MPP, and so that he could hopefully then get the leadership of the Ontario Liberal Party. And I'm pretty sure if Nathan does, the Liberals will win the next election. So is all of that straight? Of course, there's always a chance that the Conservatives win the riding. They're going to have to throw all their money at it. I seriously doubt the NDP will hold on to that riding. Seriously doubt it. But the riding that the Liberal MP is stepping down from, I'm pretty sure the Liberals will hold on to that one. But you can see this is making Doug Ford happy, because he knows that this is a nail in the coffin of Marit Stiles. But just like watch his expression when he talks about the by-election that will be happening in that riding.
well, yeah, actually, I think she'll do a good job as a federal MP.
So he's talking about the Ontario NDP who's leaving to try to become a federal MP. Oh yeah, she'll do a good job now that she's out of the Ontario politics.
Fortunate enough to win, and I guess there'll be a time to call a by-election after that. I'm just not too sure when.
Nate Erskine-Smith says he's going to be resigning his seat federally to run in Scarborough Southwest.
Oh,
you're relishing the opportunity to take him on?
I'll just work as hard as we can, and hopefully we can turn that seat. Well, yeah, actually, I think she'll...
Mm-hmm. And last thing to do with this. So there is also a leadership race going on right now for the federal NDP. And so they've had a couple debates. Listen to this. I just want to say, at least my channel is doing better than the Toronto Area Council.
Just so everyone in the audience knows. And we are excited to announce our moderators for this evening's debate.
Dolly Beckham is your member of provincial parliament for Scarborough Southwest.
So that's Dolly there. This debate was on January 10th of this year for the federal NDP. One of the moderators is now going to be a Liberal.
The official opposition Ontario NDP's deputy leader and
Oh, don't do this to me now, stupid YouTube.
Ontario NDP's deputy leader and
Okay, well, you don't need to listen to that. Just wanted to point out that just very recently, Dolly, who's now leaving the Ontario NDP, was the moderator for the federal NDP. See, there's no loyalty to party when it comes to a lot of these politicians. They're only loyal to their own career objectives. And so, yeah, she saw an opportunity to get into the Liberal Party. The Liberal Party has a better chance of, winning, being party status and all this sort of stuff. She gets more higher status and more money for that. That's all it is. It's all it is. So let's backtrack and go through this again. There's a federal Liberal MP who is stepping down to work for the UK, which means there's going to be a by-election. So an Ontario NDP MPP is going to step down from their riding to run as a Liberal in the federal by-election, which means that there's going to be a by-election for the provincial riding that the MPP is stepping away from. And then there's a Liberal MP who's going to run in that riding because he wants to become the leader of the provincial Liberals, which means that there's going to be a second by-election happening for the federal riding. And on top of all of that, the person who is leaving the Ontario NDP MPP position was the moderator for the federal NDP debate for the leadership. You got all that? You got it straight. It's all there. Oh. Okay, so that's it for that. We're going to check the SandBox. Don't forget to sign the petition to make sure that Pierre Poilievre has to get a security clearance. And I'm going to close these tabs. But Doug Ford is so happy about this because it will sink Marit Stiles. Absolutely sink it. Her. By the time the next election comes around, she's going to have to step down as leader. She will absolutely have to step down. She should have stepped down. But it's only because of the biases of who can make it to a convention, as in the people who have money, as to why she got in. Okay, checking the SandBox. Okay, saw those. Talking about the safe injection sites. Soul Life making an announcement that is distracting me. saw those. John Martinez, fuck Doug Ford, absolute trash. Agreed. Dog Ford also works. You don't like my music? Liberals will take anyone. They don't care. Yep. Conservatives, NDPers, yeah, anyone. The standards are very low. And yet, if you try to become a member for the NDP, whew, the hoops you have to jump through. Even ones that would be like the best candidates. You don't like my music? Quebecers call it je ne sais quoi? I do not know what. The Wild West, Sandy knows I'm a real Quebecer. I translated that. John Martinez, hearing him speak reminds me of a certain orange man, makes me cringe. Mm-hmm. And please don't. So much can get missed in the sandbox with nuance or inflections and stuff like that. Just don't engage if things are getting a little bit hostile, because chances are something was misinterpreted. The Wild West. It's called the National Assembly. I know it's called the National Assembly, but it has like a P in it because it's French. PLQ or something like that. I think it's the PLQ. Yeah, and then Ontario has members of provincial parliament, but most other provinces have MLAs, members of Legislative Assembly. Is like the Looney Tunes jump in? Somebody mentioned Looney Tunes. So John Martinez, hearing him speak reminds me of a certain orange man, makes me cringe. Yeah, we're unfortunately going to hear more of him in the next docket talking about provincial politics. Anyone that refers to themselves as the third person, there is something wrong with them. Oh, the Wild West saying, I miss Looney Tunes. Okay, so Looney Tunes is not here. Okay. So, one thing about Alberta, and then we'll move on to Ontario. Because things in provincial politics are a little bit quieter right now because they're all on vacay. They're not working at their assemblies. It doesn't mean they're not working. They're just not passing bills and stuff, which in some cases is a good thing. So let's move on to one thing from Alberta that should be noted. It should be noted. So Nate Pike, who is part of the breakdown, again, if you're still on the hostile fart sauna and are interested in Albertan politics, this is the site to follow. So this is horrifying, threatening to defund our courts unless Danny gets to pick judges. I don't know how any self-respecting conservative can possibly be okay with the weaponization of judiciary and Albertans' access to justice. And so, quote tweeting the breakdown saying, Danielle Smith wrote to Mark Carney demanding her say in the appointment of federal judges. Doug Ford is also having issues with judges because he calls them activist judges because they follow the Constitution, and he doesn't like that at times. And so conservative premiers seem to have real big issues when judges actually follow the law and vote in ways that they don't like because the conservative premiers are trying to violate the rights of their citizens. Also threatening that if she doesn't get a say, she will withhold funding for a new judicial appointment because crime and justice or something. So this is the letter that she was sending here. Dear Prime Minister Kearney, further to our discussion of December 19th, 2025, I am writing to reiterate Alberta's long-standing position on the need of a meaningful reform to the federal judicial appointment process. Alberta currently has 3 vacancies on the Alberta Court of King Bench. In addition, the planned retirement of blah, 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 blah. Yeah, basically she's saying that she wants to have more power, and that would be bad. That would be bad. They should not be mucking around in that. It's not their role. And they just want to have conservative activist judges. See, the judges are supposed to be nonpartisan. We have a very different process up here in Canada than in the United States. They're not voted in, for one thing, and they're supposed to be a completely nonpartisan process, which upsets the conservative judges or premiers because then those judges tend to vote in nonpartisan ways. And when you vote in nonpartisan ways, you realize the conservatives are usually trying to violate our rights. So moving on to Ontario. So the Liberal Party, Ontario Liberal Party, had tweeted this out as Doug Ford on Another Planet. His glossy ad is in Ontario. Isn't the Ontario people are living in, housing down, 70,000 jobs are gone in January, manufacturing shrinking. Families are worried about their livelihoods and access to healthcare, and Ford Nation is spending millions on ads. So Doug Ford has this nasty habit of spending a lot of money that could be used for other places to promote Ontario, but also lying about Ontario, to paint the brand of Ontario as something it's not. And he spent like over 70 million last year to give ad during the Super Bowl. He's spending millions this year. And this time it's just like AI slop generated ad. But Brian Lilly, who is a right-wing shill, paid actor, who works for the Toronto Sun, who is just, yeah, again, just absolute right-wing propaganda, says Ontario new Super Bowl ad. This one just released, will only air in Canada, will be seen on TV across social media, and there will be print and radio versions of this campaign. So also remember not too long ago, and Doug Ford also released an ad and spent millions on it that had Ronald Reagan speaking, got Donald Trump really upset, and was a whole hoopla. And now this is the new ad where Doug Ford is boasting about how great Ontario is under his watch.
We build.
And hopefully this doesn't give me a copyright thing because they have music on it. But again, it's just AI slop.
That's what we do in Ontario.
We build in
As
Ontario?
Canada stares down economic uncertainty, we're ready with a plan to protect Ontario.
Yep, so they're saying that we build in Ontario. I'm sorry, I'm emphasizing that for a reason, and we'll get to it.
Today and for generations, we're fighting to defend every job in auto, steel, and forestry.
We're defending every job, are we? Huh, so we're building and defending jobs, you say?
And we're building to grow, creating new opportunities for workers no matter what. Building new large-scale nuclear facilities.
Yep,
and the
new
first
stuff.
small modular
AI
reactors in
slop.
the G7.
I'm speaking over it because I don't know if there's going to be a copyright on this or not.
Speeding up approvals to build mines
Because it would be nice if they actually made these ads viewable on YouTube.
and unlock the critical minerals the world needs. Diversifying our trade, building pipelines, rail lines, and ports
yes,
to connect
pipelines. That's what we
Ontario
need
to
more
new
of.
markets.
Just go and violate Indigenous land and, you know, destroy sensitive land and ecosystems and stuff for more pipelines. Sure.
And bringing opportunity, good jobs, and growth home. We're building to make Ontario the most competitive economy in the G7.
So I'm pretty sure they moved over to AI slop because a lot of their videos that they were promoting, and they were using a stock video. It turned out like the stock video were images from like all around the world and not even Ontario. There was an ad that was really bad for that a while ago that was ripped apart. David Dole did a video on it. I talked about it. But there was like so much in that that they didn't pay any attention to, and so much stock footage that was from nowhere in like near Ontario.
Because this province doesn't just sit.
Because I'm not entirely sure which coastline this is in Ontario. That doesn't look like Lake Ontario. That doesn't look like Hudson Bay either. I think they might be trying to push it off as... No, it can't be Lake Ontario, because if they're trying to make that Toronto, it wouldn't be water.
Back, we build.
So what part of Ontario is this exactly? I'm not seeing it. I'm familiar with the layout of Ontario. I'm not seeing this coastline in Ontario. It does not look familiar. Okay, so back to the things that I was emphasizing. Jobs number, and this is from Colin DeMello of Global News, a reliable reporter, in my opinion. Ontario lost 67,000 jobs in January. According to the latest Statistics Canada data, the number of people working in manufacturing Canada fell by 28,000 in January, bringing the employment down to levels last observed in August of 2025. The decline in January was concentrated in Ontario. I'm sorry, Dougie, what was all that about more jobs and stuff here and defending jobs? That was, you were talking about that, right? Defending the jobs here, creating new opportunities. But we lost 67,000 jobs in January. And unhoused people, the population of homelessness has skyrocketed to over 80,000, which, if calculated as a population center, would be I believe it was the 18th largest in the province. Yeah. So Frank Dominic is talking about building, because remember, Doug Ford was saying we're doing all that building. Well, maybe not so much here.
Canada is building homes at a record pace except for one province. I'll give you a moment to take a guess. So compared to historical standards and compared to the last 10 years, every single province in Canada is either building at or above the average rate of house building, except for Ontario, with housing starts still trending at between 2015 and 2019 levels before the ultra-low interest rates sparked a surge in pandemic-era housing activity and the 2022 to 2024 population boom from immigration. More specifically, in 2022 to 2024, we had the massive spike in international students in Ontario due to the underfunding of colleges, which meant that colleges had to bring in more international students in order to balance their budgets. And so while population is going down in Canada and in Ontario, we cannot count on that for the housing market, as the reduction in international students and temporary foreign workers will not be enough to offset the lacking houses that we have specifically in the GTA when it comes to detached homes, semi-homes, and townhouses. And while purpose-built rental construction has ramped up in Ontario and specifically the GTA, housing shortages remain muted because shortages are more often found in ground-oriented homes such as detached, semi-detached units, townhouses, which have been underbuilt in Ontario and specifically the GTA for decades.
Also known as the missing middle. So, housing for people who aren't rich, but also maybe don't need socialized housing. You know, the missing middle, they refer to it.
How do you feel about all this? Leave your thoughts in the comments down below.
So Mike Schreiner, the leader of the Ontario Green Party, says we used to build around 20,000 affordable co-op and nonprofit homes in Canada every year. Due to the federal and provincial government cuts, we've built a fraction of that since 1995. Thank you, Mike Harris. Greens are calling for the Ford government to fund affordable homes, especially with the federal government getting back into affordable housing, so we can have thousands of affordable homes like the 20-unit building Beyond Housing Waterloo Region is working on in Kitchener. It's nice that they're doing this, the 20-unit building, but it's such a small drop in the bucket. We need so much more affordable housing. And something that would help, that I would push for as well, is to socialize people who currently have housing, but it's tenuous. They can't really afford it, but they're forced to live in it, and it's a nice place. Like, I like where I'm living. I would like to stay here. The rent is really, really difficult for me. If it weren't for like the little money that I get from this, and support from friends and family and other stuff, I'd be unhoused. Because what I get from disability isn't enough to cover rent here and, my needs for the month. And I live fairly cheap. So to relieve some of the pressure on the system, what would be a good idea is to subsidize where I am here. Make this a subsidized housing unit. But we need far, far more than 20, because we have to backtrack, because it used to be 20,000 affordable homes every year in Canada, which has been non-existent since 1995. So do the math there. So 20,000 per year is what we need to get caught up, and then another whatever the inflation number is for the population growth. So it'd be like 30,000 needed a year. But I'd be a fan of like 80% of housing being socialized. But here's Mike Schreiner's little commercial on this.
It's just great to be here in Kitchener touring this Beyond Housing project, a fantastic example of missing middle housing that provides affordable and deeply affordable housing for local residents.
Prior to 1995, like 20,000 housing starts a year in Canada would be government-assisted, deeply affordable housing. Imagine if we could get back to that, eh?
And they're still all there, right?
Yeah.
We have 2 properties in our portfolio that were donated to us by other agencies that were started back in the 80s. They're still providing affordable housing decades later, and they will for decades to come. That investment, it's not a one-time investment. It's an investment that changes people's lives for decades.
And from what I hear and what Mike's been hearing from builders is this is the opportune time. We have folks who are, the market has slowed down, and so investing in affordable and deeply affordable nonprofit co-op housing is a way to keep people working and address that supply issue at a moment in time when the supply isn't coming from other places.
No, absolutely. This is a really key opportunity, right? We could keep people working and invest in affordable housing at the same time, and we would be building it cheaper now than we will be in a few years when that everything ramps up again.
Yeah. You need socialized housing because corporations aren't going to build affordable housing. They're not. You can mandate it as much as you want, and they will find loopholes, and they'll do the absolute bare minimum, but they're profit motivated. They're capitalistic things. You need to have socialized housing in order to compete in the market and bring the prices down. But people are very, very desperate for housing, and some people have mental health issues, which makes shelters not ideal places for them to go, and they might not be safe around friends and family, but the friends and family still want to support them. And so people will go to extreme lengths to help out those in needs, like building a little tiny home. However, tiny home housing homeless man in the woods, torn down. So it's in the woods, it's away from people, it's not harming anyone, it's out of sight, but it still is torn down. For the last few months, Robert Godden had been living in a tiny home built in the woods by his son-in-law to stay warm during the winter. On Tuesday, it was torn down by the city. Now keep in mind, this has been a brutally cold winter here in this area. Like absolutely brutally cold. My heart just goes out to the people who are unhoused living in tent encampments right now. So to have a tiny home with some insulation is life-saving in this weather. So for the last few months, Robert Godden had been living in a tiny home built in the woods by his son-in-law to stay warm during the winter. On Tuesday, it was torn down by the city. Jesse Damery built the fully insulated structure just before Christmas, not wanting Godden, who has schizophrenia and had been struggling with homelessness for the last few years, to sleep outside. While he knew it was illegal to build a structure on city property, he hoped it would stay up until winter months were over, since Godden is unable to stay with family or in shared shelter spaces. So yeah, just could you not be so eager to destroy this person's life and put his life in danger?
After gaining media attention, Damery said he had seen nothing but support from local police who helped get a CMHA worker out to his father-in-law, telling him they were going to get you into housing and so on, he said. Yeah, so after media attention, but it just came out of nowhere, he said. They showed up in the morning, basically ordering him out of the structure, and said if he didn't leave, they would cut a hole in the side to get him out. He said police ended up pulling a taser on him and detaining him to take him downtown so he wouldn't interfere with what they were trying to do. Police spokesperson Scott Tracy said officers were there to assist bylaw office officials, and while a taser was pulled, it wasn't deployed. While on scene, a male who was found inside a wooden structure became physically aggressive and threatening towards police and bylaw officers, Tracy said. Yes, the person trying to defend his tiny home and not be taken away from there might have gotten a little aggressive. This is some wordplay here. A conducted energy weapon was drawn in order to gain the male's compliance and de-escalate the situation. However, it was not deployed. What the fuck is that sentence? They're talking about the taser they pulled out on this guy. A conducted energy weapon? What the fuck is this, Star Trek? Was drawn in order to gain the male's compliance. Why are you just referring to this human as their gender and de-escalate the situation? But, we didn't deploy this conducted energy weapon. That actually sounds a lot scarier than taser. A conducted energy weapon. That sounds actually kind of horrifying. Tracy said the man was taken to a police station so arrangements could be made for him to obtain temporary accommodation following which he was released without charges. Damery said, knowing his father has schizophrenia, it would have made sense to have a mental health worker on site to help de-escalate the situation rather than police pulling out a taser. Now Godin is in a hotel paid for by the city until tomorrow, February 9th. But after that, Damery said, pretty much back to square one. So, after tomorrow, this person, will no longer have a place to go. And the tiny home that was keeping him warm in this, literally, I'm getting cold alert warnings on my phone for 2 weeks now, because it is going into the minus double digits. He doesn't have an insulated place to go. This is not a solution in my eyes, he said. A better approach would have been to give him an option. That's all we're looking for. During the demolition, Damery said everything was being tossed in a big steel bin, including Godin's food and clothing. Yes, all of his personal items were just thrown into the trash. Godin's daughter, Kayla, was able to grab some of his clothing and personal effects, but everything else went in the garbage, I guess, he said. And I've talked about it before, people who are unhoused, the things that they have on them are things that they need to immediately survive, or they have such strong sentimental value that they can't part with it. And they just took that all and threw it into the garbage. So now they're not even at square one. They're below square one from where they were. Because where's his clothing, his sleeping bag, blankets that he might have had in that tiny home, any personal effects? It's in the fucking garbage. The city did not answer specific questions about why the structure was taken down or whether any complaints were made to bylaw. It wasn't harming anyone. It wasn't bothering anyone. It was just keeping this person safe. That's it. So, out of a matter of respect for this individual, we cannot comment further on the status of the case, said Communication Officer Kyle Howard. However, the involvement of city bylaw comes from a community safety standpoint. Yes, having a tiny structure in the middle of the woods away from everyone. Community safety. He said the county of Wellington provides social services in the city of Guelph, and in situations like
these. We connect individuals directly with the county housing service teams who ensure they are offered alternative accommodation shelter options, which becomes very difficult when mental health issues are in the mix. In terms of his belongings, Hayward noted that the items found at the site are stored in a secure location for retrieval by the owners. Yeah, that called a dumpster. Damer was also upset by the large machinery used to take the structure down, which he said resulted in the destruction of the trees in the space to widen the pathway. Yes, so we're going to destroy this tiny home because of community safety stuff, but we're going to level half the forest to do it. They cut the trees down. It's heartbreaking, actually, just how much destruction they did. They had no care in the world, just plowed their way in there and destroyed it as quick as possible, he said. While the pathway was significantly wider than before, Hayward said the contractor confirmed no trees were removed during the course of their work. Then how did you make that path wider? So he's lying about where the possessions of this person were going, and he's lying about the destruction of the forest. Some branches were trimmed or damaged as necessary to complete the work, safety, and to ensure the safety of the crew, Howard said. He's just kind of defeated, Damery said. I'm exhausted. Why couldn't they just let him stay there for 2 months and then take it down? I would have taken it down. He said they were told there was help on the way to get him into some sort of program or bumped up in the housing list. If we had options, we wouldn't have done this. I just wanted to show an example of what happens when you take a mentally ill man who has lost everything and has no hope. You give him a little 8x10 area to stay warm and safe, he said. He was just starting to become organized. He had a place to hang up his clothes. His whole demeanor had changed, and now they just took that from him. Now he's just another statistic swept under the rug. This is horrifying. Horrifying how they treat unhoused people. Moving on to healthcare in Ontario. So Raghu, who is a Canadian emergency physician, saying, Ontario is knowingly underfunding hospitals. The funding available is far below costs of patient care. Add this to the gaps we already have. Don't wonder why ERs are full and bad things are happening. So we need over 41,000 hospital beds. We have 35,000. We are missing over 6,000 beds to care for Ontarians. Sorry, my cat is trying to break into the cat food bag because he thinks he's hungry. I already gave him an afternoon snack. So we need more hospital staff, not less. Ontario spends far less on hospitals than the rest of Canada. So thank you, QP, for this crucial reporting. So yeah, it's just absolutely dire situation that we're in for healthcare in this area. But, you know, Ontario investing $2.2 billion in a luxury spa, an Austrian luxury spa. But if that $2.2 billion was spent on this healthcare issues, it'd be solved. It'd be solved. Millions of taxpayer money is going to loan interest payments for this spa. But the gap would close if all of that money going to that fucking luxury spa was going towards healthcare. And how bad is it getting for hospitals? It's getting bad enough that why Ontario hospitals are turning to bank loans to stay afloat. So the hospitals are now turning to bank loans. Sorry. Abernathy is getting really grouchy and trying to chew through the bag. I need to go toss some food in his dish before he does something more. Just a second. Fine, I'll put some food down for you. I gave you a snack. Okay, so maybe I use this opportunity to also grab myself a snack because I am kind of hungry. I forgot to eat like a lunch. So, why Ontario hospitals are turning to bank loans to stay afloat. And this is from University of Toronto. More than 60% of Ontario hospitals were in the red at the end of 2025 fiscal year, and many, including some of the largest in the country, have turned to banks to cover their costs, spending millions of public dollars on loan interest payments, the Investigative Journalism Bureau has found. More than $500 million were logged by hospitals in annual operating fee deficits by the end of March 2025, despite an Ontario law requiring hospitals to plan for a balanced budget each year. So yes, Doug Ford is bleeding all the hospitals dry, and then he's going to swoop in and want to privatize it, just like they did in Alberta. And so millions is going to the bank loans, to the interest on bank loans, as opposed to actually going to solve the problem of, fewer, getting more hospital beds and doctors and nurses and stuff. So among them was Hamilton Health Services. Yeah. So a bunch of different hospitals. So despite its own legislation, the Ontario government has allowed hospitals to end the year in the red more than 100 times since 2022, compared to only 9 times between 2016 and 2020, according to the data obtained through the Freedom of Information request. Who's been premier since then? This is all on Doug Ford. This is all his fault. All of it. All of it. Ontario spends less per person on healthcare than any other province. But Doug Ford will say, oh, we spend the most because Ontario has the largest population. But when you look at it a percentage per person, it's less than any other province. Yet healthcare is still its biggest cost item, about 40% of the provincial operating budget, or approximately $90 billion. About 1/3 of that goes to hospitals. These funds, many experts say, are not enough. Ontario faces long ER waits and are often forced to bed down in corridors and closets and face delays for elective surgery. In January 2024 alone, thousands of patients were reportedly kept in spaces such as hallways and break rooms. In February 2024, a 16-year-old Ontario teen died after reportedly spending 8 hours at an Oakville ER. Yeah. I'll toss this into the SandBox, so if anybody else wants to finish reading it, you can. Loss of hospital beds and nurses. The Ontario government has pledged to increase the overall health sector budget by 0.7% for the next fiscal year compared to the average of 5%. The FAO says it's not feasible. The government asks the healthcare sector to maintain the same level of services with less resources without additional funding or system efficiencies, and projects a loss of 2,000 hospital beds and 7,000 nurses over the next 2 years. It's only getting worse under Doug Ford. It's only getting worse. Meanwhile, I have my qualms with Wob Canoe, but this is what we could be doing. This is a good thing from Wob Canoe. So from CTV News, NDP government uses health system to expropriation powers for the first time, seizes home care. Yes, more of this, please.
The province says it's taking over a 78-bed personal care home to ensure it remains open. Manitoba's health minister says after attempts to acquire Golden Door Geriatric Centre stalled, the government is expropriating the building from its private owner.
Yay! I like that word when it comes to things for housing and healthcare. Expropriation. We need to be doing more of it.
This after the centre filed notice to shut its doors. Standing by with reaction tonight is CTV's Jeff Keel. Jeff, is it common for a government to expropriate a personal care home?
It is uncommon. In fact, the province says this is a first within the health system where a building is being expropriated.
The Manitoba government is expropriating the 78-bed personal care home on Pembina Highway after it says the private owner planned to close it.
The expropriation is absolutely a last resort. This is not a light step to take. I don't take it lightly. Government doesn't take it lightly.
The province says last year the Golden Door Geriatric Centre filed a closure notice for March 31st this year. It says the centre, which gets public funding, stopped taking new admissions, and as a result, 25 beds are currently empty.
That's 25 families that could have dignity for their loved one.
So the province has put an interim management team in place, and expropriation proceedings to take the facility are underway after negotiations to acquire the care home hit a standstill. They also plan to reopen the 25 beds.
We'll do everything we can to make sure that seniors have homes in this province and that healthcare workers who provide care to seniors in these personal care homes have their jobs that they love.
The Manitoba Government and General Employees Union represents 70 workers at the home and sent CTV News a statement. These members care deeply about their work and the people they support. We hope that this will bring some stability to the residents and the workers who work with them. The move is a rare one. The province.
So those people who have the beds get to keep the beds. The people who have those jobs get to keep the jobs. This is great. We need a lot more of this. A lot more.
Says this is the first time attempts to take a building have been done within the health system. Normally, when governments undertake expropriation proceedings, the target is land, like the LeMay Forest, not a personal care home. And it's unclear what this will cost taxpayers.
It's far more expensive for seniors to lose their homes. It's far more expensive to build, we know, personal care homes.
Yes, of course, of course. Oh, what will this cost taxpayers? Less than if you just let it go away and all these people have to need new housing and healthcare and all that sort of stuff. This is cost prevention doing this.
In a statement to CTV News, the executive director of the care home says they have no comment while the government proceedings are pending.
So, Jeff, who will run this center long term? Will it be sold to another private owner?
No, it doesn't appear that way. The health minister says the Winnipeg Regional Health Authority will operate the facility.
More of this. We need more of it. So here we have, again, where Doug Ford is just wasting money. New crosswalk plaque unveiled. Yes, applauding this.
Photo here, please. And if I could have everybody looking over here. Right here.
So Doug Ford is underfunding hospitals, underfunding schools to the point where when they're bled dry, they go in, swoop in, take them over. Because, again, they want to privatize it. However, no, Premier Ford won't tell me, Premier Ford tells me he won't call a public inquiry into the Eglinton crosswalk, which is more than $1 billion over budget. And this is from Richard Southern from City News. Yes. $1 billion over budget. But, he'll take over school boards for far, far, far less for overspending in his eyes. He's bleeding hospitals dry. Like, that $1 billion could have been spent in other ways, in much better other ways. But this is from the Trillium saying Ford rebuffs calls for inquiry as Eglinton LRT prepares to open. Because, of course, he rebuffs it. So celebrating the Sunday's opening of a long-delayed, massively over-budget Eglinton Crosstown LRT, Premier Doug Ford declined calls from opposition parties and city councillor for a public inquiry into the nightmare construction project that has plagued Midtown Toronto for nearly 2 decades. And keep in mind, this is the same guy that wants to build an 80-kilometer long tunnel under the 401. No, we're not going to do that, Ford said at the news conference on Friday. We all know the mistakes, the premier says, and now we've acknowledged them, and we've learned. It'd be different if we didn't acknowledge it, he said. Then what were those mistakes? What? Huh? Why don't you tell us? Why not? When asked what specific mistakes he learned from, Ford did not acknowledge any. Well, buddy, I have to hand it over to the Metrolink CEO, Michael Lindsay, but it was just ongoing, he said. I'm not the guy down here, operating it. So, Michael, do you even want to bother answering this one, or what? Ford said. Lindsay noted that his agency had changed its contract model from one massive private partner contract for the Eglinton line to a smaller contract for each part of the downtown Toronto, Ontario line subway. One of the lessons we've clearly learned is we need contract forms to incentivize everyone to get to completion, especially when issues invariably arise, Lindsay said. Let's see, I also want to go to... Ford argued that his government had been transparent despite reports that his staff has prevented Metrolinx from communicating with the public about the crosstown. Well, we are transparent, and that's a little offensive saying we aren't. I'm out in the press more than any elected official in the country. You ask me every question you possibly can, he said, Doug Ford said. You can talk to Metrolink anytime you want, he added. So, yeah, he's so transparent. Until Friday, Metrolinx hadn't not made anyone available for camera interviews regarding a train derailment on Monday at Canada's busiest transit system. Friday's Eglinton Crosstown event was packed with provincial and municipal staff. So, the Premier also chided reporters for their negative questions. Guys, you're beating a dead horse here. We've been going through this for years, the same old questions. Let's celebrate a new line. Folks, what? You don't acknowledge this is nothing less than a miracle, he said. And it's going to be bumps, 100%. But there's going to be mistakes happen. I'm a busy guy. You correct the mistakes, you apologize, and then tell them what you're going to do to correct it, he said. I'm so transparent, I'm not telling you anything. Ford was responding to a question about whether he owed Ontarians apology. He did not apologize. No, of course not. Of course not. But yeah, no, he's so transparent, but then in the very next breath says, I'm not going to explain myself to you. How transparent are you, Doug Ford? You say you're the most transparent government ever, except, there's this ongoing issue.
It's a landmark ruling that could potentially set a significant precedent. An Ontario court has ruled that Premier Doug Ford must release portions of his personal cell phone call logs, an order that the Premier is refusing to comply with. You could call it the Ford
so transparent
family trademark, handing out a personal cell phone number directly to Ontario residents.
No one in the world, my position, gives out their cell number.
There's a reason. There's a reason for that. There's a reason why our politicians don't hand out their personal cell phone numbers. I'm just saying, there's a very good reason for that. It's not something you should be bragging about.
And I do, because I want to get the heartbeat and the pulse of the people.
While the Premier routinely fields calls from constituents, he's also spoken to heads of companies, other premiers and prime ministers, and members of the Trump administration. Under provincial law, those calls are considered government business and subject to transparency rules.
It's the people's business to know what their politicians are doing in government with the money that they send them every year.
For more than 3 years now, Global News has been locked in a transparency battle.
Anyway, I've talked about this plenty of times, and then it turns out that they were using Google Docs for personal stuff as well, or for business, like personal Google Docs for business and stuff. This is an ongoing thing. Yeah, he's been using his personal devices for business and then being like, I'm not giving you my information. I'm not handing it over. All the corporations and stuff. Oh, wait a sec. Did they actually say that in this? Because it's not just constituents.
With the Premier's office over Doug Ford's cell phone records. And now an Ontario court has ordered the Premier to release his phone logs, arguing they are government records and shielding them from the public undermines democracy.
Yeah, we're gonna appeal.
The Premier is pushing back, defying the order outright, even the calls related to government business.
No one influences Doug Ford, I can assure you that. What is right for the people, that's my decision. That's what I'm going to focus on.
Again, anyone who talks in the third person like that should not be in office. No one influences Doug Ford, says Doug Ford about himself. That is just so weird. Him and Donald Trump do that all the time. If Pierre Poilievre starts doing it, I swear. I don't know what I'm going to do, but it'll be fucking annoying.
And I would say that 90 some odd percent, I don't know exactly, are all personal. People have issues.
Critics
So then what about the other 10%?
say they aren't buying the premier's excuse.
There are a lot of people who influence not just this premier, but premiers who came before him. And I think it's important that when a premier is making a big decision and that people are lobbying him, we have a lobbyist law, they're calling him, they're saying, we don't want you to do this or we want you to do this, that we should know who's calling.
Lawyers for Premier Doug Ford had argued in court that going through all of those call logs would take months, an onerous task, they argued. They also said it would be a massive invasion of the premier's privacy.
Well, then maybe don't conduct official business on your private phone. Then you wouldn't have to worry about it.
Appeal on behalf of Premier Doug Ford has yet to be filed. At Queen's Park, I'm Colin DeMello.
Okay, now I can go to main shot. Pull this out of my ear hole. Let's check the SandBox, and then we're going to get on to the Toronto police story. Let's close all those tabs. And let's see. I can close this tab. There we go. Keep the petition open to sign later on. But we'll be getting on to this next. The police corruption. Shocking. Checking the SandBox. Hello, Looney Tunes. Welcome to the SandBox. Yes, everyone loves my Danielle Smith voice. I get carried away. And welcome to the SandBox. Looney Tunes. Looks like the Bad Bunny halftime performance is beating the fuck out of TP USA's fake as shit halftime show. What a damn joke. Turning Points USA is. I'm sure I'll see it later on and covered and all that sort of stuff. Hello, Manope. Yes, I'm competing with the Super Bowl today. If you're watching this, you probably care about sports as much as I do. Let's see. Okay, I don't need to talk about the Super Bowl. John Martinez, so just jailed the houseless guy. That's fucked. Like Idaho finding houseless people for being houseless. Shake my head. Yeah. There's going to be nowhere else he'll be able to go, and eventually, because mental health care isn't covered the same way in Canada as physical care, and yeah. The Wild West, that sentence is dystopian. Oh, I should have saved it. I need to tweet that out. Damn it. Let's see if I can open up that tab again. Is it under this one? No, it was under... I want to tweet that sentence out. Actually, history, recently closed tabs. Oh, recently closed windows. Nope, not that one, not that one. Oh. The breakdown. scroll down. Okay. Darn it. I'll have to find it again. I want to clean. Oh, recently closed tabs. I thought that's what I was under. Oh, there we go. Tiny homes. There we go. Got it. Got it back. I'm going to be tweeting out that quote because, yeah, a conducted energy weapon was drawn in order to gain the male's compliance and de-escalate the situation. However, it was not deployed. What the fuck sentence is that? Grand Theft Autobot. Oh god, the crew is safe. I was so worried for the safety of the crew. John Martinez just had beans and rice. Andy, grab that snack. I did. Beans and rice sounds nice actually right about now. I don't have any beans on me. Because I can make up a pot of rice with like mixed beans and chickpeas and stuff like that. And the nice thing about that, you know, add some seasoning and stuff. I can freeze that so that they're instant meals later on. I should do that. I should do that. And it's yummy meals for later on. Frozen meals that I can just pop in the microwave. Actually, I think next time I go shopping, I'll get myself the mixed beans and stuff so I can do that. But I think after this, I need to eat like a meal, like actual food. I have some food that I need to eat, so... let's see. So Trevor Bournes, welcome to SandBox. My hospital has been over capacity for months now. Yeah. And I think I was seeing something about Grand Theft Autobot. Maybe I'm not there yet. About the cost of staying in the hospital. Oh yeah, here we go. So Grand Theft Autobot, I have to pay $20 a day just to use the internet. Yeah. It's not free in Canada. Like healthcare isn't free in the way that a lot of people seem to think it is. And if you need to have the internet so that you don't go apeshit crazy while in the hospital, it's $20 a day. That's a lot of money after a while. Like $100 a week for 5 days. So it's $100 for 5 days. You know, that's a shit ton of money in order to have the internet. And the thing is it doesn't have to be that much. Like they're just flipping a switch. It does not have to be that much. It's just, you know, the profits that the hospital wants to make or to try to cover the cost of the fact that they're underfunded in other areas. It's ridiculous. Hello, Boku. Because if I was in the hospital, I would definitely need internet. As long as I had the internet, I could stay semi-sane because there's plenty that I can do on the internet and watch and stuff. But I would go insane if I didn't have that. And they got rid of the bundle where you pay for 5 days and get 2 free, he's saying. You have to pay access to Disney Plus, Netflix, Roku, and Pluto, even radio costs. John Martinez, fascists don't apologize. Yeah, they don't. Grand Theft Autobot, you are not for the people for it unless those people are your wealthy buddies. Very true. Boku, maybe don't become a public person. Yeah, if you don't want your private phone to be used for it. Let's see. Chrome broke the end of January. Tabs are unscrollable now. Boku, you probably have to do an update. John Martinez, I'm fortunate to get food stamps and my internet is $55 a month. Mine's a little bit more. I'm not on one of the big conglomerates here in Canada, but I had to upgrade to a better internet so I could do this streaming for my job. So life, I made myself raviolis once with homemade sauce made from scratch. It took me hours, and my taste test while cooking tasted so good I didn't eat any. I went into the fridge for the next dinner, then it was gone. Someone are in an entire freaking bag of raviolis to themselves and went on about how good it was. I was so pissed off, pretty sure it was eaten intentionally to screw me. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, well, let's get into the police corruption. That's the last docket. And then there's, again, we'll see how I'm feeling when we're done with all that, but there's just the few tabs that I have to talk about. The Epstein files, but also 2 one-off things that I might want to touch on. We'll see. I could save it for this space on Wednesday as well. But here we go. Yeah. So it turns out there are police in Toronto. They're a little corrupt. A little. Just a little. A little corrupt. As in, like, conspiracy to commit murder. That sort of type corrupt. Not shocking. Breaking, not shocking news. There are corrupt police officers. And some of them are suspended. And they might not get paid eventually. Suspended with maybe not pay. And we'll get into it, but the idea that cops have to be corrupt because they're not paid enough is ridiculous. They get paid so much fucking money. If I was a sellout, I'd become a police officer. So 7 Toronto police officers facing charges related to tow truck violence, says source. Toronto police declined to comment Wednesday night, referred to York Police news conference Thursday. Now, I think I just wanted to watch the videos in this. So, update, York Police announced charges linked to this and investigated Thursday morning. So let's watch the videos in this article.
The tow truck wars in the GTA appear to be heating back up with a lot of recent violence. On Monday night, Toronto Fire responded to a tow truck on fire.
Now, Doug Ford will be all about gang violence in Toronto, when the real worry is tow truck related violence. That's where you need to be afraid.
On Parma Court near Victoria Park in O'Connor. This is just one incident of violence related to tow truck businesses in recent weeks. Last weekend, police reported there were shots fired at multiple tow trucks, and last month, a man connected to the business was murdered. And to understand why this is happening now, CBC investigative journalist Zach Davinsky joins us now. And Zach, why are we seeing this now?
Well, the tow truck industry is an incredibly lucrative one, not necessarily because of the towing and the storage of damaged vehicles, although that does make money. But there's all these side businesses that spill out from that. So every time a vehicle is towed, it's taken to a body shop, there's repairs that need to be done, there's insurance claims that are put in, and then the people who are in the accident, they also have to put in for claims for physiotherapy, rehab, that kind of thing. And there's a lot of money in all of that, and sometimes there's kickbacks that are being paid to the towing companies. Sometimes the people who own the towing companies own the rehab clinics and they own the body shops, so they stand to make a lot of work, and there have even been cases of them submitting fraudulent claims to insurance.
And they're worried about organized crime. This is legalized crime. This is they're worried about gang violence when really it's the insurance and rehab and tow trucks.
inflating their claims to insurance, even faking accidents, all because there's so much money to be made, and that's what leads to a lot of the violence.
And you mentioned why there is so much violence. Can you get into more about why so much violence and crime is in the GTA's towing industry?
Yeah, so if we go back historically, the police first started to notice that some pretty violent people were involved in towing, people who they think might even be associated with organized crime. As far back as 2014, there's some names that come up in a police investigation back then. Then in 2018 and 2019, police are monitoring a couple folks as a part of a guns and gangs investigation in Scarborough, and what they noticed is that a lot of people there were either affiliated with
Okay, I don't want to get too much into this. This is from a while ago, just talking about the tow truck industry, but I wanted to get more into the police here. I guess I was reading from this. I think the next article or something, there'll be more where I'm just talking, where we're watching the videos. So 7 Toronto police officers and 1 retired member of the service are facing charges related to violent incidents involving tow trucks and operators across the Greater Toronto Area, or the GTA, Grand Theft Autobot, GTA. News of the charges broke Wednesday, with multiple sources telling CBC News about the arrest. CBC News is not naming the sources, as they are not authorized to share details publicly. The officers are accused of trafficking, leaking addresses to hitmen, leaking police officer addresses, the sources say. Actually, I think this video has security video highlights devastating. Okay, yeah, I think this video has what the synopsis of this. So,
Musselman, who is in York Region. John, you were at today's press conference, which featured the chiefs of both Toronto and York Regional Police.
Well, Natalie, this is a devastating story for the Toronto Police Department. We're talking about allegations here of bribery, releasing confidential information to criminal organizations, and even allegations of attempted murder.
I had 2 cars in front of them just wandering down the middle of the road. Cars coming up behind.
This is police video of just one incident.
Those are our vehicles. Let's take them down right now. Contain.
That highlights the devastating allegations filed against 7 Toronto police officers and 1 retired officer.
Over the grass into a car.
Investigators allege 3 masked men attempted to murder an Ontario corrections manager at his home in York Region in June. The suspects were allegedly leaked personal information by Toronto Police Constable Timothy Barnhart.
We allege that this officer then released the information to a Mr. Brian DaCosta, and from there it was released further into other criminal networks.
The allegations against the Toronto officers include bribery, obstruction of justice, drug trafficking, theft of personal property, breach of trust, and the unauthorized access of confidential information.
so they're just guilty of everything, just everything. So much corruption and guilt and crime being done within the police services.
Information was handed over to organized criminal figures that led to shootings in the GTA and in southern Ontario. At least 1 shooting is connected to the gun violence plaguing the tow truck industry.
So again, Doug Ford will be like, gun violence with gangs in Toronto. Is he talking about the tow truck industry by chance? The shootings plaguing the tow truck industry?
This news is both shocking and completely unacceptable. Corruption has no place in policing.
Toronto Police Chief Myron Demkew calls it a painful moment for the force, and he has asked the Inspector General of Policing to investigate.
This is a painful and unsettling moment. It needs to be addressed openly, and it needs to be addressed honestly. The allegations against 7 Toronto police members and 1 retired member are deeply disappointing.
Clayton Campbell is the president of the Toronto Police Association.
If proven true, our members do not tolerate this sort of stuff. We are so...
Really? You don't tolerate this?
Indebted to the public for trust. If we don't have public trust, we have nothing.
The allegations also include officers accepting bribes to obstruct police action against illegal activity. At least 19 other civilians have been charged in connection with this investigation. Chief Demkew says he is committed to holding the accused officers accountable, and he says the Toronto Police Services Board has not asked for his resignation, considering these findings came under his leadership.
There should probably be a resignation.
Natalie, Nathan, this was a very complex investigation. We're told more than 400 officers were involved in this internal investigation, and they tell us that this investigation is still ongoing.
Just want to see this for a second. Another
CTV's John Woodward in studio tonight, and
father and son duo, part of 8 officers charged in New York police. Nepotism, it's a family business.
John, you've been digging into what we know about the accused and their alleged crimes.
Yeah, Nathan, some of these names are new. Some of them have come up before. People charged in shootings apparently connected to a well-known tow truck kingpin, as well as a
tow truck kingpin.
Father and son duo, both police officers.
3 generations in a storied police family with the same name.
So you're John Madeley?
Yes, I am.
And you are?
John Madeley.
And you are?
John Madeley.
A retired detective, a constable, and a recruit. All of them interviewed at the younger Madeley's swearing in 4 years ago.
Oh, it's the proudest day of my life.
Anyway, wanted to get back to some news on this. So more from the CBC. Who are the Toronto police officers accused of assisting organized crime? Here's what we know so far.
Of the 7 active Toronto police officers charged, 56-year-old Constable Timothy Barnhart is facing the longest list of offenses. There are a total of 17. He's accused of accepting a bribe, numerous drug-related charges, and possession of a weapon for dangerous purposes.
So I'm sure all those conservatives who are tough on crime will be all over this. Like Doug Ford. Whew. Doug Ford is so tough on crime that he's actually publicly said things against people who have been proven to be innocent later on, but said, oh, they need to be locked away and the key thrown away. And like Doug Ford has interfered with this sort of thing. So I'm sure he's going to come out hard against this. We'll see his statement later on.
Today, police suggested that Barnhart was at the center of the investigation.
They were from a number of different divisions. As we came to investigate, in particular, Constable Barnhart, which was the genesis of the investigation.
Barnhart made a court appearance today. Documents suggest that he's been working with Toronto police for nearly 20 years. According to his social media profiles, at one point he had been working as a neighborhood community officer in the Rockcliffe Smythe area. In 2016,
that's a lot of drugs that he's trafficking. Yeah, funny how officers seem to feel like that they can get away with breaking the law, that it doesn't apply to them somehow. Because, you know, when you see officers assaulting protesters, beating them, harassing them, just flat out doing things that if any civilian were to do to another civilian, they'd instantly be locked away. But when you're a police officer, you get off scot-free. It's no wonder they don't think the law applies to them.
Barnhart pleaded guilty to 1 count of discreditable conduct at a Toronto Police Services disciplinary hearing. It was related to an incident in 2015. According to the hearing decision, Barnhart accused a man of running a red light, though video evidence later showed he had not. 57-year-old Constable Derek McCormick of Toronto was charged last month. He's facing 6 charges, including 4 counts of theft.
Isn't there a Law and Order Toronto now? This would be like prime material for them.
Under $5,000. He's also accused of breach of trust by a public officer and obstruction of justice. Constable Sourabjeet Betty of Caledon is also accused of 6 offenses. They include 2 counts of conspiracy to obstruct justice.
Okay, so at least one of the officers is in custody, released working. So Toronto says he's seeking suspension without pay for at least 4 of the active members and says his service will be bolstering its professional standards. Meanwhile, the Toronto Police Office had requested the province's Inspector General of Policing to investigate issues like supervision and access to information for systems within the police force. Let's have a different type of police investigate the police. And so then it gets into a list of people, but we have somebody who was kind enough to break it down. Don't
Do I have her statement later on? Yeah, I think I do. Okay, so Katvia has broken it down. So again, the idea that these police officers need money and that's why they're corrupt is so laughable. Because here we have 17 charges for Barnhart, income over $130,000 a year, 20 years with the Toronto Police Service. Robert Black, income over $150,000 a year. John Madeley, $116,000, $130,000 here. Over $160,000. Another that's over 100. Like, this is where our taxpayer money is going. At least in Toronto. Yeah. But she broke it down to what all of the charges were. But police officers are regularly on the Sunshine List, which of course is the list that's sent out that public servants who make over $100,000 a year. And yeah, if they're in need of money, then they're spending it wrong. They're living above their means. Just like what I was told when I had to go on to Ontario Works when I was in Toronto, and my rent was $650, but the maximum amount that I could get for Ontario Works was $530. They said to me that I was living above my means in a bachelor. That was a long time ago. But there's more. So Toronto Police Chief asks if he faced resignation calls. Yeah, he should probably resign. I'm just saying. Probably.
Recognize that our members do incredible.
Chief, I understand that there's been reports there was an emergency board meeting. Has anyone from the Toronto Police Services Board or the mayor called for your resignation? And why should the people of Toronto still have confidence in you as the Chief of Police?
Your first question, no. Secondly, right now my job is very much focused on dealing with the immediate aftermath of this investigation. And as you've heard, the investigation continues, and I will continue to lead the Toronto Police in supporting this very important work and continuing our commitment to work with the York Regional Police Service to leave no stone unturned. We are now at the point where we will do our work looking inwardly to ensure that everything we can do is done to address the issues that have been identified in this.
It's the culture. It's the way you address these issues is defund, deconstruct, and reconstruct. What's the words? Defund and reinvent.
This investigation. Thirdly, I have asked for and written to the Inspector General of Policing for an independent review of 5 key areas of concern, and we will cooperate with that Inspector General. And finally, I'd ask everybody in Toronto to recognize that our members do incredible work, and I will continue to lead the Toronto Police Service members who work.
Let's see, I think, is it in this article? There's lots to talk about. Oh, I think I wanted to talk here. So, of course, Olivia Chow is saying, the $1.2 billion spent on Toronto police is still worth it. Here we go. So Doug Ford says that this is disturbing.
Major investigation by York Regional Police and a big press conference this morning talking about the officers from the Toronto service being arrested as a part of this and charged. You're a big supporter of the police.
Absolutely.
What are you thinking at this point based?
What's with that? What's with that zoom in? Look, this is a fine distance.
The officers from the Toronto service being arrested as a part of this and charged. You're a big supporter of the police.
Absolutely.
What are you thinking at this point based on the fact that some of these police officers have been charged in this case?
Well, first of all, Mark, thanks for the question. It's disturbing. It's very, very disturbing. It's an active police investigation.
So he's not immediately saying, lock them up, throw away the key, they're horrible people, crime, blah, 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 like he would if it was just, you know, a regular person and things of that sort. And that he's been very publicly vocal about before. No, he's like, you need to take your time. You know, police officers, they may not be corrupt. You know, take your time, take your time. Says the most corrupt premier we have ever had.
They're going to continue investigating. It's going to be up to the courts to decide. I don't.
Yeah, now it's up to the courts to decide. But when somebody was standing trial for killing a cop by hitting them with a vehicle while they were trying to get away because the cops approached them unidentified and pulled out the weapons and he was defending his pregnant wife and child, Doug Ford was like, oh, he has to go to jail right away forever. And he's a horrible person. And he did that before the court case. That was fine. But before these cops, and that is a horrid puckered lip look on him. My God. But with these cops, it's like, let justice play out.
Want to paint a broad brush or tarnish the police. We have phenomenal police officers. When they get sworn in and they get their badge, they have a duty, and it's very disappointing to hear what's been going on. But I don't want the public to lose trust in our great police, because they are.
Yeah, you don't want them to lose. I think you're a bit late to that statement. I think that's already happened.
Incredible. You know, there's always, as you say, any organization, there's always a few bad apples, and the courts are going to decide. But those are my comments.
A few bad apples, that was 7. Accused of horrendous crimes, and I'm sure there was more people that knew about it, that were involved, that just aren't being charged. Let's see. So the investigation was sparked by an alleged murder plot. This is like a mini-series type thing. Really disappointing, Toronto Police Chief says, yeah. So a little bit more. So Ford and Olivia Chow, weigh in on this. Is this where she talks about the 1 billion? Sometimes I don't know if I want to watch things from the beginning or not. I don't think we need that one.
But when you have an emergency, the police, I love our police. Do we have a few bad actors? Yeah, they're bad actors. They're going to be held accountable, as sure as I'm standing here. And it's an ongoing police investigation. But
he loves our police.
Again, folks, I talk to a lot of people. They love our police. I love our police. The frontline police officers put their lives on the line every single day. And unfortunately, some police officers don't return home.
You see, you're focusing on these police officers that were charged in corruption and possibly murder and all this sort of stuff, at least murder plots. Really, you should be focusing on the fact that some police officers don't make it home. Do you know what was the biggest killer of cops over a certain period of time? It's COVID.
Give the ultimate sacrifice. So they're champions, in my opinion. And they have steps that if Toronto wants to hand it to the OPP or the RCMP or whatever, that's up to them. That's not up to me. I don't direct the police.
The residents of Toronto deserve to know that the police officer that they deal with every day can be trusted. So I welcome any independent review, and I believe the chief of police and the chair of the police board have asked the inspector general to step in and do an independent inspection and review. This inspector general is appointed by the provincial government, and he has.
Yeah, because it's not like the provincial government is known for being corruption free.
Has the power to inspect the whole system. And I think some of the things that we'll be looking at will be systemic issues, etc. So what I do want to say, though, any police officer that is found to have committed crimes will be punished, and any officer working with organized crime deserves to be thrown in jail. We all agree on that. But the majority of the police officers that we do with every day are wonderful. They work hard, and it's a really tough job. And I have confidence that they will continue to do so. But as to the
Okay. Wait a sec. Was it here? Something about the police budget not being affected by this.
The residents of Toronto deserve to know that the police officer they deal with every day can be trusted.
I don't trust Salalem. Again, just saying.
Not corrupt, and acting with integrity. Any police officer that is found to have committed crimes will be punished. Any officer working with organized crime.
That's the thing. There's been lots of police officers that have been found guilty of crimes and it's either covered up or they're not punished. And some of them will just get demoted for like a year where they get a bit of a salary cut, like, you know, 30,000 less a year. I've seen that and and I've covered it on this channel plenty of times where the idea of punishment is they get a bit of a demotion for a set period of time. So they don't quite have as much money, but they still make over 100,000 a year. Like, they never get punished the same way a worker, like in a Burger King or a retail location or an office or a car garage that's not tied to any of this tow truck industry, or like any other of these just average working class jobs. The way those people get punished is very, very different than the way the police officers get punished. Even police officers that have been found guilty of horrendous crimes.
Deserves to be thrown in jail. Public trust in policing is fundamental. The board and the chair, the board and the chief of police have requested an independent review of the Toronto Police by the Ontario's Inspector General of Policing. And I support an independent review. We have to get to the bottom of how this could happen.
Simple. How this could have happened? I'm surprised this isn't happening all the time with a whole bunch of other people. Like, the system is just ripe for corruption because there's not been accountability before. Like, the idea that there's going to be any sincere accountability to this, to me, is laughable. It's laughable that they're actually going to face real consequences to this instead of maybe just losing their job and keeping their pension.
I will be meeting with the chief and the board chair following the announcement today. Police trust in police, public trust. Everyday Torontonians, their trust in police is fundamental. The chief of police has to earn that trust back by rooting out officers who have committed crimes and make the necessary systemic changes after the independent review.
Darn it, where's the one that I want? Anyway. Sometimes I just see so many articles and stuff that I lose track of the things that I wanted to hit on, but basically saying that the budget for the police will not be affected by this. That the money for this isn't going to be coming out of the police budget. Sorry, just seeing if it's in here. It was Olivia Chow who was talking about it. Anyway, just here's an example of one of them. So speaking of, here's Constable Ellis Mawad outside of MP Kareem's Broadsea's office on October 10th. Palestinian supporters were trying to meet with Broadsea's to demand action after his constituent was abducted by the IOF from a Gaza aid flotilla. So do you think, as Sylvia here says,
I wonder if the police officers were subjected to 4 a.m. raids, or is that just for people protesting genocide? Yeah, I don't think they're going to be held accountable the same way as, or harassed or anything like that the same way as pro-Palestinian protesters who did have their doors burst down at 4 a.m. in the morning. Somebody in their pajamas with the door open in the winter cold, having to sit there. Their place ransacked and searched for doing some, property damage in the way of paint on walls of an indigo store. They're not treated with the same hostility. These police officers will not be treated with the same hostilities as they treat people who are protesting a genocide. Like, I'm pretty sure their buddies were very polite to them when they were bringing them in. And a lot of those buddies are probably keeping silent because, well, they might be involved, in my opinion. It's not just like Toronto that has these issues, as the source points out. Dude who promised 100 nurses and 100 cops and then just delivered 200 cops while trying to convert city funds into crypto and turn the city hall into his own private gin. Suddenly, out of the blue, while there's a global disgust at police brutality, has some thoughts on overreach. And this is the mayor of Vancouver. Vancouver is the largest city in British Columbia. As such, our city is home to significant, wide-ranging, and unique public safety needs. That's why today I sent a letter to the Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General asking that Vancouver be allowed to provide input on who gets appointed to our city's police board. I want more control. This letter also asks the province to give us a clear answer on our city's request to establish our own police training academy, a request they have been dragging their heels on. Read my full letter, says the person who can't follow through on their promises. Okay, going to go back to the main shot. So that's that about the police corruption. So from there, like I said, I have a few tabs on the Epstein stuff, and then 2 tabs on 2 random stories that I have feels about. But they're not happy. They're not good stories. But I'm going to check the SandBox first. Oh, because I've been at this for almost 4 hours already. So much for 2-hour-long live streams. Maybe if I start doing them more regularly. The Wild West, weren't the police created to go after runaway slaves or something? In the United States, I believe. So I'm not entirely sure where the origins of, like, municipal police were in Canada. Like, I do know the RCMP was to go and, like, harass and police and abuse Indigenous peoples and kidnap Indigenous kids. Like, that was the point of the RCMP. Rip apart families and take them to residential schools. Boku, make America accountable again, or Ma. John Martinez, I'm sure if Ford could make money off this shit, he'd not care how corrupt this is. Yeah, I'm surprised he's not involved. He might. I wouldn't rule that out. I wouldn't rule that out, considering how corrupt he is. I wouldn't be surprised if he was somehow involved or someone connected to him is involved. And yeah, the irony of him calling anyone else in life a bad actor is just ridiculous.
Soul Life, I was in a 5 a.m. raid by the marshals. That wasn't fun. They pick a time people are likely to have their guard down. Yeah. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? I'm not sure how Trump said it, but yeah. John Martinez, and give Indigenous people Starlight Tours. Yep. Starlight Tours, where they would, primarily Indigenous men who were drunk or had mental health issues. And this was primarily like in Saskatchewan. They'd drive them outside the city limits in sub-zero temperatures and leave them to walk back without any sort of winter protection. And a lot of them did not make it back. Because there was a story about how ICE did that to someone, where in the middle of the winter they took them and then just dropped them off somewhere, and how that seemed so outrageous. And the Majority Report was covering it, and I tried to send it in a DM saying, yeah, here in Canada, oof. Would it surprise you to know this thing called Starlight Tours? Boku, Jesus, I've never heard of this. Have you not heard of Starlight Tours? I've covered it on my channel before. I don't know, like when the last time was. Yeah. So Saskatoon freezing killings. The Saskatoon freezing killings involving Indigenous Canadians in and immediately outside Saskatoon, Saskatchewan in the 90s and early 2000s are alleged to link actions to members of Saskatoon Police Service. Police officers would arrest Indigenous people who were usually male for alleged drunkenness and or disorderly behavior, sometimes without cause. The officer would then drive them to the outskirts of the city at night during the winter and abandon them, leaving them stranded in sub-zero temperatures. The practice is known taking Indigenous people on Starlight Tours, and it dates back to at least 1976. And people have died from that. Some we might not have known about because the bodies were never found. Literally lynching. Yeah, it's just murder. It's just murder from the police. John Martinez, when I say Indigenous genocide has not ended, this is what I mean. Yeah, and it's still, if you look at the qualifiers, it hasn't. It hasn't, but people don't like to label that anymore. It's just slow rolling, I guess you could say, in a way. But the lack of clean drinking water to Indigenous communities, the fact that there's still, in Canada, over 50% of children in foster care are Indigenous. The rates in which Indigenous people are put in prison versus other, like, Canadians and stuff like that. The percentage in our incarceral system is 30% of men are Indigenous, over 40% of women are Indigenous, despite making up only about 7% of the population. And, you know, they don't have access to the same type of health care as, like, I do. And the police are hostile towards them. The culture is hostile towards them. It's definitely still apartheid. You can't really argue that one. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's just get into the Epstein stuff and get it over with. Anyone who tries to minimize, dismiss the Epstein files, or say stupid shit like this, I'm suspicious of. I'm suspicious that they're in the files and we just don't know yet. And as far as I know, no prominent Canadians have been identified yet. No politicians. There was something about Galen Weston, but from what I saw, it was just a mention, like not somebody who was actually involved or something of that sort. Just a reference to, like the same Mark Carney's name is there, but it's just articles reference to him or something of that sort. As far as I know, no one has been actively involved, Canadian, but there's millions to go through, millions of documents to go through. So it could take some time, and apparently a lot of the spelling and stuff was bad, so then that would make it harder to search, and lots of redactions and so on and so forth. But anyone trying to defend this, I am suspicious about. Their hard drives need to be checked. And I was mentioning it again yesterday. I did a live stream with John Ross, and I was mentioning it that I am horrified by what we're learning. I'm not surprised by any of it. A lot of it is horrifying. I'm not surprised, because you just have to look back in history as to what powerful people with no accountability, especially like in colonialist ways, would get away with. Like, look at what the Americans did to slaves. Look at what the British did to the Irish. Look at what the Chinese did to the Japanese. Like, look at, or the Japanese did to the Chinese, I mean. All throughout our history, there are horrifying incidences of what powerful people do when there's no accountability, when they know they can get away with it. So the most brutal, disgusting stories we hear about, I'm not surprised. I wish I was, but I'm too aware of history. Like, there's a story from back when the British were brutalizing the Irish, about one writer. He wrote about how to prepare a 2-year-old Irish child to eat, and he was doing this in a way because he thought it'd be so absurd to show, like he was trying to put into reality how bad the British were being, and he thought that this would be so absurd that it would help with his narrative that this was wrong. Whereas the British elites who read this are like, oh, should we take this? Is this how you do it? And he was horrified that they were actually taking it seriously. But look at what the Dutch did in the Congo. Look, like it's been global, and every accusation is a confession from these people, because it looks like there was the code words for pizza and Wayfair or whatever, and all of these things were happening. And it's just the tip of the iceberg. And apparently Hollywood wasn't caught up in this, but Hollywood had a whole bunch of its own controversies between like Bill Crosby and Weinstein. Like it has always been this. And so how do we prevent this from happening? How do we, like, a spotlight needs to be shined on all of these people. The fact that so many of their names are being redacted is disturbing. Like, the information, this is what's so frustrating, is this is one of the times where all the information is right fucking there. It's right there, right before us, but there's just these little black bars covering who the perpetrators are. It's right there. And I had mentioned this before, and again, this is why I'm not surprised by anything, because I've seen plenty of documentaries, logically speaking, also. People were saying, well, where are all the victims? Where are all the Epstein victims? And when a child is is being sex trafficked, their lifespan is not that long. They don't retire. They don't age out of it and move on with their lives. That's not how that works. And so a lot of them would no longer be with us. And then there was that talk earlier about like, oh, it's only like this age group or something of that sort. You know, it's not like it's tiny kids, as Megyn Kelly would say, but it turns out, of course there was. Of course. And the way some of these men would even like be like, oh, well, here's my daughter and her friends. I wish I lived in the world where this was shocking and horrifying. Like, it's horrifying, but I'm not surprised because that's always happened. It's always been like this. When you have a whole bunch of elite people that live with a different set of rules, live with a different set of laws, and the amount of integration that Epstein had with like Mossad and our governments and the media and you know, all these different people. I'd be surprised if there wasn't more of this going on. Like, just again, the Catholic Church and the way that people were covering for each other, the way that the people with power would cover for each other. The reason why these documents haven't been released earlier is because there is no political divide on it. Like, everyone is involved. It doesn't matter what your political stripes are. All the elites are involved. You know, the scientists and people with high profiles and stuff. They're all in there. Noam Chomsky, Stephen Hawking. Like, it doesn't matter. It's powerful people. Like, Noam, from the looks of it, wasn't involved, but he was giving advice to Epstein on how to recover from, you know, the fact that he was a PDF file, and it looked bad on the media type thing. They cover for each other because they know without their status, they are no one. They are nothing. Because a lot of these elites, even the smart ones that come out with a lot of this stuff, they would find in a heartbeat that if it wasn't for their status, they're not that special. There's nothing special about them. That a lot of what they spew out there, and it seems so, what's the word? Revolutionary or something like that. It's stuff that we already know. The people who are living it. You know, I don't need to read it in a book to know what my life is. But it is the scale of it, everything. Like, if this could happen in the Catholic Church for as long as it did, if nations from across the world could commit genocides, and where's the accountability for any of those? Look what's happening in Gaza right now. What do you think is happening to the Palestinian hostages that Israel is holding? There's already horrific accounts coming out from that. It is, yeah. But anyway. So Ragu was just tweeting out, O'Leary is a disgrace to Canada. You can't care about both kitchen table finances and sexual assault from minors by powerful men. Oh, you can care. He's saying you can't. He does neither. He should renounce his Canadian citizenship. I'd be fine kicking him out, but where would he go?
The average person at the kitchen table is not worrying about Epstein. Don't give a damn. They want to provide for their family, and they are. America's working.
So
this is the
so hold on. Let me just say,
working.
Jerome Powell just announced.
Nope, that's enough. Check his hard drive. Like, that's it. Like, trying to say that people don't care about this massive sex trafficking ring of minors, and even the ones that aren't minors, it's still sex trafficking and illegal and horrifying. They don't care about this sort of thing. It's not like MAGA was running on it or something. It's not like there was literally someone who went up and shot up a pizza place because they thought this was happening. It's not like other politicians have been under fire or under threat or anything of that sort because people were worried about this. Yeah, you should be worried.
But here we have, I still can't wrap my head around the fact that he is actually documented in the Epstein files. And somebody just saying 10 years ago when I was in rehab with disabled men, nurses would warn us never to be alone with them. And so the implication is that this person is making is this disabled person. How is he in the Epstein files? It's not so much that Stephen Hawking's, but him. And he, from the looks of it, from the sounds of it, he was actually at some of the parties. So here's the thing. The idea that people with disabilities, even severe disabilities, can't still be these monsters is really kind of in a way making them seem less human. If that makes any sense. Like I know I'm probably going to fuck up how I say this, but people with disabilities are just as likely to be monsters as completely able-bodied and mind people. They have agency in it. They make choices. They do all the same thing as other people. But the idea that you want to put into a category people with disabilities and somehow they can't be part of this, that that it's somehow shocking when it's for all the same reasons that anyone else would get involved with these horrific things. Like, why would it be shocking that Stephen Hawking, like, again, I'm not surprised, I'm disappointed when I find out about the different people who are in the files. But the idea that just because somebody is living with severe disabilities that they can't be in these files because of that, why? You know, they're just as capable as being monsters as anyone else. And it seems like they don't include us with the rest of humanity when they say something like that. When they imply that, you know, they can't be monsters too. And the reasoning might be different, but it is different with everyone. That's just the way it is. And it's horrifying, but what powerful people do, regardless of ability, when there's no accountability, the culture, the patriarchal culture that we have, the settler colonialism, white nationalist culture we have, is what drives a lot of this. And some people might want to vent. Like if they feel like they're being attacked in one way, they might want to vent and take out any lash out at people who are more vulnerable than them. And that's the way that the right wing and the people in power have, you know, kept people against each other all these times. It's like, don't look at us and the horrible things we're doing. Look at that group that's a little bit more vulnerable than you and blame them and attack them. And especially like in American culture and stuff, you see that a lot. Where they get different groups of people attacking each other as opposed to attacking the people that are the main drivers of all these issues. But somebody mentioned this and it's like, huh. Yeah, so Stephen Hawking is mentioned at least 232 times in the Epstein files. But this one I found kind of, you gotta find a little bit of humor in the darkest of darks. But this one, I get it. So Pedro here says, I've been trying for 2 days to find the video and couldn't, so I'm going to write it out. And I remember this video that he's talking about. It was a documentary that Stephen Hawking made about time travel. There's an American podcast where a guy recalls Stephen Hawking held a party for time travelers and only announced it the next day. According to him, the time travelers would see him as an admired guy and go back in time to meet him, and he'd be able to prove that time travel exists. Nobody showed up, so he couldn't conclude that time travel doesn't. Exist. This is a translation, so I think the translation is messed up. Nobody showed up, so he concluded, that time travel doesn't exist because, yes, of course, Stephen Hawking just sees himself as so important that time travelers would go back and take him up on his invitation. This guy says, but now we understand that time travelers already knew about his involvement in the Epstein documents, so they wouldn't go back to talk to him because he wouldn't be respected in the future anymore. In other words, you can't flat out say that time travel doesn't exist. The time travelers knew, they knew that he was a horrible piece of shit. Okay. I guess I'll go over these last two tabs quickly. It's been a long night. Just, again, stories that make my blood boil. I've seen this a fair bit when it comes to animal rescue groups. So somebody just saying white people will see a homeless person with a dog and be like, we have to help the dog, while helping the homeless person doesn't even cross their minds. And I've seen this so many times with animal rescue things where they're like, well, we'll help you out. We'll shelter your dog. We'll find your dog a place to live. Like, these people are just being aggressive and brutal assholes. But even when there's these animal rescue channels, when they're being very kind to the unhoused person and being like, well, we'll give you some money to help you out for a little bit, but it's best we take the dog. But here they're ripping the dog away, and that dog could be the only creature in the world this guy feels loved by, and they are taking that from him. And it's never like, oh, we should help him. It's just about the dog. It's just about punishing the poor people is what it comes down to. They just want to punish people for being poor, for being unhoused, that they somehow don't deserve to be loved by this tiny little creature, that they don't deserve any modicum of happiness. And a lot of reasons why people don't go into the shelter system and stuff is because they have a pet, and the shelters don't accept pets. And to have their one connection, their one thing that's keeping them in this world taken away from them. It's barbaric. It's barbaric. They're more concerned about this puppy who is not being harmed, who is probably being looked after just fine. They're more concerned with ripping that away from this man than providing that man with stable shelter so that he could live a happy life with his dog. It's disgusting. And here we have somebody, don't ever let it get to this point. Nothing looks good if you're big. And so this is a video of a woman just talking about how, I can't remember if there's music to this or not.
Very high-waisted.
Okay, there's no music to it, so we can play it.
Hi girls, I'm Jess. This is my body and this is my belly overhang.
Oh, there is some music in the background. Hopefully I can play this.
I share this online to help other women feel seen and represented. Today we're going to be...
Let's see, does it have CC? Video settings. Sorry, it has music, so I'm just going to mute it. And she's just talking about the outfit, the athletic wear that she has, the lovely chocolate color it is, and how to wear it and make herself feel good with the outfit. So I'll skip closer to the end so you can see the outfit. I really love this. The sleeves with the thumb holes and stuff. I love that.
She looks good. She looks good. And somebody just saying the woman in this video is named Jessica Rout. She's 29-year-old mom who creates body positive content to help women dress and feel good in their bodies. Mocking her physique and hijacking her video to humiliate women doesn't call out anything. It just reveals a deep contempt for the female body. Women don't exist to fit your standards, you bunch of shits that you are. Yeah. Like, I've run into it a lot, and part of the reason why I probably don't date is because what I look like under my clothes is not what people would expect, because I used to be massively overweight, so it's a saggy mess. And again, it's just, they don't like it when we say toxic masculinity, but this is some of the stuff that we're talking about, is that a lot of men aren't taught to have relationships with women in particular, like with people in general, not to have healthy relationships between themselves or with women. Because if the body is the thing that would prevent you from ever dating someone when the personality might be spot on, then you're losing out. You're losing out on what could be a wonderful relationship. And it's not a healthy statement in society to have so many people that are so focused on the body. I have been rejected more times than I care to count because of my body. So I feel this down to my core. And then all these men will be like, we're lonely. There's no one who wants to date us. Well, there's no one in your fantasy ideal of a woman that wants to date you, because why? Because a lot of these men aren't exactly tip-top shape either. But it should be about the relationship and how you support and partner with each other and grow together and live together. Like there's so much more to a relationship than the physical. And the fact that the society doesn't try to teach men that, and it's still so focused on, you know, what does a woman look like? It as long as that's the driving factor, the male loneliness epidemic is only going to continue. And social media is exacerbating it right now because there's so much of the manosphere accounts out there promoting, oh, you need to be dating young women, you need to be doing this, women that are out of shape aren't worth it, where are they rating, this and that and the other thing. And then they'll be like, you know, even a woman that's below a certain count can get a man higher than that count. But then all the men who will look at a woman, all the men who buy into this will look at a woman who might be a 5 and be like, oh, I'm never going to date her. We're just not taught to have healthy relationships these days. Anyway, check the SandBox. John Martinez, this island was rumored for years, but here it was pinned on leftists or Democrats. MAGA dipshits now realize it was their heroes and now regret ever being MAGA. Some. Like, that's the thing. That island is a crime scene. There's bodies all over it, no doubt. Yeah, the Wild West Trump has mentioned 38,000 times. That hasn't been redacted. Like, there's probably redactions in there that we're not seeing. Like, him and Epstein, they were tight. The Wild West, thousands of victims have spoken out, but also many died. Yeah, lots of people have spoken out. but they were just dismissed or silenced. You know, the reason why a lot of people don't speak out against this type of abuse is because they're told they're liars, they're not taken seriously, they're put on the spotlight, they're put on trial, they're past their history, all that sort of stuff. John Martinez, Megyn Kelly is a racist piece of dog shit who excused all the actions. Yep. Even trying to say, you know, 15, it was the barely legal type she was trying to say, but it's like 15 is illegally legal. It's illegally illegal. Yeah, Bill Gates is in it. His wife left him because of some stuff to do. I don't know how much she knew when she left, but just due to some sketchy behavior. And Bill Gates was hitting up Epstein to be like, so can you give me like, or help me slip antibiotics into her drinks or something? Because a Russian, one of the Russian girls gave me an STD. Boku, Kevin O'Leary was 100% on the Epstein Isle. In our opinions, probably. I have my knitted kitty cat, my pansexual kitty cat. I got this at Pride last year. So cute. So cute. The Wild West, whenever nerds worship a guy, I get suspicious. Yeah. That's why, like, again, I never put somebody on such a pedestal that I'll never question them, or when there's evidence of them doing wrongdoing, be like, okay, I'm done. Like, if it's somebody I really like, I'll give them the chance to explain themselves, but I'll never, like, that's the thing. If I had a friend and I found out they did horrible things, my immediate reaction isn't to defend them and try to dismiss it. It's to be like, so how do I help you become a better person? Like, how do I help you take accountability for what you did? And how do I help you become a better person after that? It's never to try to go play cover for them. Yeah. The Wild West, I can't handle the time travelers. Candace Owens. Yeah, she's doing something about that, isn't she? Talking about time travelers and Charlie Kirk. But yeah, it's a documentary that Stephen Hawking's made where he talks about the time travel. I remember watching it a long, long time ago. Oh my God. I just had a flashback to a song that is just so wrong now. There is a, what genre was it? I don't know. Like a dance type song, techno dance type song with a Stephen Hawking's voice in it that says, push me, and then let's touch me till I can get no satisfaction. And it's like, there's that song out there with the Stephen Hawking voice in it. Oh. Now it's in my head. Push me and then just touch me till I can get my satisfaction. You know, some of you probably recognize the song that I'm referencing. And I went do 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 do. Looney Tunes, poor puppy. Yeah. Grand Theft Autobot. Oh my god, they're ripping them apart. Yeah. Boku, arrest Karens who keep breaking the law and stay unaccountable. Mm-hmm. I think I saw somebody making a comment about their dog once being stolen and how horrible it was. Yeah, it would be. It would be, absolutely. I've had, cats just go missing, and it's horrifying, never knowing what happened to them. But to intentionally do that to someone, to intentionally, take away their companions. Oh, Boku, I had a dog stolen and it sucked. Never want that for anyone ever. Short lifespans are bad enough. Yeah. Boku, also someone please make dogs and cats live to a parrot's age. They do sometimes run into the problem, though, when the human companion dies and there's no plan for the parrot, and the parrot goes into stress responses and stuff. Sorry, I was just hearing my cat thinking they were doing something they shouldn't be doing. Boku, I had a bunny named Bum Bum that passed at the old age of 14. I would like to have like more different types of pets and stuff like that, but money for one thing, space, resources, and cats would probably not be too good to them. But at one point I did have, some hamsters, gerbils, degoos, and even a hedgehog. And lizards. Love lizards. Like if I could, I'd have my own little collection of animals because I love animals so much. Yeah, I was hoping Frodo would live longer. I miss him. Boku remembers that song, yeah. I can't think of the name of it. Do 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 do. And then just touch me till I can get my satisfaction. I think the song is actually called Satisfaction. Oh, Benny Benassi, Satisfaction, her meteorologist says. That sounds right. I can't get no satisfaction. Ugh. Ugh. Okay, so I guess Wednesday I'll be doing this space. Next Sunday will be my next regular news live stream. I'm hoping to get some content put together put together like old videos that are on my current channel, moved over to my new YouTube channel, Sandy Lovis, for the art. Follow me on all my new follow me on all social medias, including UpScrolled if you're there. I'm trying to get more traction on something. But I think my main focus over the next while will be the TYT essay and finally getting that done because it's just driving me crazy. There's just so much to it. It seems like a never-ending thing, and the longer I wait, the longer it gets because there's more stuff that I end up needing to put into it. But I think I really need to focus because I really want to get back to my book. There's some artwork I'm desperately wanting to do. I just know I can't touch anything else until I get some significant work done on that essay. So I'm holding all of my creative outlets as hostage until that happens. And part of it is just like the amount of information I have to go through is overwhelming. And so it's hard to task switch into it. And I feel like I'm worried that what I come up with won't live up to the hype or people's anticipation as to what it is. And that is just going to be a bore and it'll only get 50 views. Like all of this sort of stuff that I put my heart and soul into it, that it's been on my plate for a year and then it falls completely flat. Like there's lots of things that mentally prevent me from working on it. But at some point, like I need it done. I need it gone. I need to not have to think about it so much to just get it out there. So yeah, there's just some clips that I've come across that are so fucking good for it. That is just, the algorithm gods were nice to me when it came to this. So yeah, definitely looking forward to getting that done. And hopefully it lives up to the hype. Hopefully people are at least impressed with it and it helps my channel because I don't need much to get by. And if my channel were to quadruple, let's see, yeah, quadruple, I'd be just fine. Let's see, but yeah, new art channel. I have plans on new content that I'm going to be putting on there, so I'm excited about that. It'll be a nice change, even though a couple of the videos that I have in my mind right now are kind of politics, but not really. Like AI, talking about AI shouldn't be a political issue. It shouldn't be. But it seems like everything has to be put into a progressive or right-wing sphere. That, just being anti-genocide means that you're a radical leftist just seems weird to me. To me, being anti-genocide would just make you human. Okay, so thank you everyone for coming out. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to everyone who's helped out financially. I have that Amazon wish list that you can always go to if you can help out for a one-time thing. I've had help covering Frodo's cremation. Still waiting to get his ashes back. It's tearing me apart. He's not here. But yeah, any one-time donations are also greatly appreciated. Oh, right. I need to see if there's anyone live right now that I want to raid. Because raiding people is a good way to get noticed. Let's see. Rational National came out with a video that I probably won't be watching. I'm sure he'll do fine on his channel. John Ossoff makes waves with his latest speech. I don't care about that nuanced level of American politics. Let's see, is no one live right now that I want to move y'all to. Let's see, let's see. There's some videos that I plan to watch. Apparently Bassem Youssef was on with Candace Owens, and I'm very curious how that conversation went. Like if he pushed back on her the same way he did with those two young guys or whatever. Young guys, they're in their 30s. So I'm wondering how that went. I haven't heard anything about it, and this was out a while ago. So I'm kind of curious because it's one of those things. If he did really, really well and took her to task, then we would have heard about it. But if he really, really was horrible at it, then we would have heard about it. So it almost makes me think it was meh. So I'm curious to watch it because I've seen him like in debate type places before, and he's always done like a really, really good job at articulating his thing. Let's see. I don't know GNN Looney Tunes, and I want to rate only people that I know. And it looks like Lucy Hayes is on. So, she is a trans woman in Europe who does some gaming and politics stuff. So I think we can go to Lucy Hayes. There's only 2 people watching her channel right now. Good. Even if you just go to Lucy Hayes' channel long enough to subscribe to her and say hello, that would be great. Let's see. Oh, there we go. So we'll be rating Lucy Hayes. And she's rated my channel bunches of times too, so it's nice to pay it forward to her. Let's see. How is the left so disjointed? Well, Boku, that is actually something I'm going to be covering in my TYT essay. Okay, so yeah, just say hi to Lucy Hayes. Give her channel a follow. You know, a trans content creator in Europe. It's always good to support them when you can. So with all of that, I think I will call it a night. But thank you everyone for coming out. Thank you mods. Thank you everyone who's helped out financially. I super appreciate it. Thank you to everyone who's bought a copy of my book. I'm looking so forward to getting back to it. And with all of that, salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.